Chapter 29:14. Ling Xiao waved the mother sword in his hand. 9 sub-swords flew out at the same time, arranged in a strange formation, and burst out with amazing energy. The bright sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Kill everything. True Devil Sword formation! With Dr. Ling Xiao's shout, the 9 Devil Dragon sub-swords finally collided with the terrifying raging meteor flame. Boom, boom! The meteor was roaring, the Devil Dragon sword was roaring. The power of the meteor and the Devil Dragon were entangled together. Collision, tearing. A strange energy vortex was formed between the two. Then crazy energy burst out. A huge pit several meters deep was scraped out on the ground. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, the onlookers wouldn't believe that this huge pit was left behind by the battle between 2 martial artists. Impossible! How is this possible? My raging meteor flame has clearly been promoted to the perfection stage. How can it not kill him? Why? Feeling the opponent's strength increasing, Hu Yu's face became extremely stiff. Raging meteor flame was an immortal grade 3rd heaven martial skill, the national treasure of the volcano country's royal family. What's more, he had already cultivated this move to the perfection stage, which was enough to destroy all those with the same or lower cultivation as him. Why didn't Ling Xiao die? He didn't understand. This guy's cultivation was the same as his, but his aura was obviously not as strong as his. Why? Why was Ling Xiao able to make him feel the terror of death with just the power of this sword? Break from me your attack, and your pride! Boom! An even more terrifying sound rang out. The raging meteor flame was completely shattered by the sword light. The remaining pride in Hu Yu's heart was completely eliminated in an instant. Ling Xiao is really terrifying. With such a person here, other countries shouldn't dare to bully us anymore. I heard that this Hu Yu is only the 3rd expert of the volcano country, and there are 2 more before him. One is the Volcano King, and the other is the Volcano Crown Prince. I wonder if they will come looking for trouble? So what if they come? Didn't you see how relaxed Ling Xiao was? Those 2 people will definitely be of no help. That's right. Pride and joy. The people also liked having a powerful protector, and Ling Xiao's existence was enough to make them feel at ease. Wait, I admit defeat! Suddenly, Hu Yu shouted while retreating. Ling Xiao put away the demon dragon sword and looked at Fire Rain with contempt. Admit defeat? That's right, I admit defeat. I originally came to the state of Qin to cause trouble for Qin Sangxiong. I only came to find you after you killed him. Now that I know I'm not as good as you, I admit defeat. If you really want the Volcano Kingdom and the 8 Immortals Kingdom to be at peace, then there is only one way, and that is to defeat the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. They are currently outside Thunder City. Hu Yu raised her hands in surrender and said loudly. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. A mocking smile, a mocking smile. Admit defeat? What a pity, we're not sparring. Don't worry. Since the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince have come to the 8 Immortals country, they won't be able to return alive. But before that, I'll send you to your death. But don't worry, they'll accompany you soon. I'm only here to challenge you. Why are you so cruel? Leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Hu Yu's face was somewhat pale, revealing an incomparably frightened expression. Only here to challenge you? Only here to challenge you. But you seriously injured my master? You even threatened to kill your way into the palace and wash the Thunder City with blood? I'm afraid even you don't believe it. If you were stronger than me, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned cold. This Hu Yu had been so strong and domineering before, but when he saw that he couldn't beat him, he actually wanted to admit defeat and beg for mercy. He even said a bunch of nonsense. Was he naive? Or laughable? In fact, it didn't matter. Because there was only one fate for him today. And that was death. Damn it. Hu Yu knew that it was impossible to beg for mercy, so he turned around and tried to escape. However, he directly crashed into the martial soul barrier and was bounced back. If you spare my life, I can guarantee that you won't die. In the future, when the Volcano Kingdom destroys the 8 Immortals' kingdom, you can still be a hero. Huiyu shouted loudly. You still don't understand. The Volcano King, who is incomparably powerful in your eyes, is not worth mentioning at all in my eyes. Ling Zhao's hand finally pressed on Huiyu's head. Terrifying sword chi danced in his palm. A moment later, Huiyu fell into a pool of blood and completely lost his breath. He's dead. That arrogant and despotic Huiyu just died like that. Yeah, it's not that he's too weak, but that Ling Xiao is too strong. Everyone's hearts couldn't stop trembling. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed now was actually even stronger than when he had killed those similar people previously. As soon as he made a move, all the troubles were solved. This insufferably arrogant Huiyu didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Ling Xiao. Master, I'll leave the aftermath to you. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao flew into the air and looked into the distance. In that direction. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he hurried over. Yu Fanghua also flew into the air. Although she believed in Ling Xiao's strength, as a woman who had entrusted the rest of her life to a man, she definitely didn't want him to die. Therefore, she had to follow Ling Xiao. At the very least, she would help Ling Xiao as much as she could. Although she said that the Immortal Palace wouldn't send people to take her back, that was just to comfort Ling Xiao. In fact, she felt very insecure. Perhaps the time she spent with Ling Xiao was getting shorter and shorter. Where did Ling Xiao go? Xiaomuyu looked at Qin Bai and asked. I don't know, but I seem to have heard Huiyu say that the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince of the Volcano Kingdom had arrived. Could it be that he went to find them? Qin Bai said. Heavens, the Volcano King is much stronger than the Lightning Emperor. Can Ling Xiao do it alone? Xiaomuyu was shocked. Even if he can't, he has to. Little Gold is in seclusion, and those guys from Tianqi Mountain are still healing. The only one who can help him now is that mysterious woman. That woman is strong enough. With her around, Ling Xiao shouldn't have any problems. Let's take care of the scene first. Qin Bai had seen Yu Fanghua fight before. She easily defeated Li Xiaofeng, who was at the peak of the 13th level of hell. This strength was definitely not something that the Volcano King could compare to. 20 miles outside of Thunder City, there was a secluded valley. This used to be a summer retreat for the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The Qin Kingdom's royal family was destroyed, but there were still some who escaped. These people wanted to use the Volcano Kingdom's power to kill Ling Xiao. The Volcano King also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to take over the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Chapter 29:15. The Volcano Kingdom wanted to destroy the 8 Immortals' kingdom before it could establish itself. But the border attack was not going well. King Qin Kangmang personally oversaw the battle and routed the Volcano Kingdom's army time and time again. The Volcano King was furious and wanted to assassinate Qin Kangmang. But at this time, he received a message from the remnants of the Qin royal family, saying that killing Qin Kangmang was meaningless. Only by killing Ling Xiao would the 8 Immortals' kingdom collapse without a fight. The Volcano King had heard of Ling Xiao before, but he had never paid much attention to him. Now that he heard that this kid had replaced the Qin royal family and become the founder of the 8 Immortals' kingdom, he could not help but feel disdain. He could not help but feel a little disdain. At this time, Huiyu had already gone to the 8 Immortals' kingdom to challenge Qin Sangxiong. Thus, the Volcano King brought the Volcano Crown Prince and 7 of the Volcano Kingdom's strongest generals. They led 1,000 elites in disguise and infiltrated the 8 Immortals' kingdom. They temporarily rested in the valley. Huiyu must have already killed Ling Xiao. Royal Father, there is no need to worry. In a little while, we just need to lead the army to Lightning Capital. As long as Lightning Capital is destroyed, Qin Kangmang will be nothing. He is indeed a talented commander, but his strength is too weak. He can't be brought to the table at all. The Volcano Crown Prince poured a cup of fruit wine for his father, then raised his own cup and smiled. That Ling Xiao was able to kill Qin Sangxiong and the Thunder Emperor. He must have some ability. We must not underestimate him. The Volcano King looked at his most proud son and said, although this son of his was extremely intelligent and talented, in the end, his life had been too smooth. He had never encountered any setbacks in his cultivation. Even when he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had been sent to the Volcano Kingdom. The Volcano King had found him, carefully nurtured him, and made him the Crown Prince. This child was flawless in every aspect, except that he was too arrogant and overconfident. The reason he had brought him out this time was to let him see the world so that he would not be a frog at the bottom of a well. Humph, Royal Father, you're overestimating the morale of others and diminishing your own. Ling Xiao is just a lowly commoner. What cultivation resources could he possibly have? Killing those two good-for-nothings, Shen Sangxiong and the Thunder Emperor, was nothing. In front of your son's eyes, those two people were just ants. The Volcano Crown Prince snorted coldly. He was so arrogant that he didn't even give face to his own father. Your mouth is as smelly as that fire rain. I just don't know if he's as useless as him. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky, shattering the silence in the valley like a clap of thunder. Everyone looked up in shock. In the void, a person stood proudly, looking at them coldly. Who are you? The Volcano Crown Prince asked sternly. I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're Ling Xiao? He's so young, but his strength doesn't seem to be much. It seems that the rumors can't be trusted. Sensing Ling Xiao's aura, the Volcano Crown Prince said disdainfully. In this world, other than Ling Xiao, there were probably very few people who could freely control and release their aura so perfectly. In fact, most people didn't even know how to restrain their aura. For example, the Volcano Monarch and the Volcano King. They released their auras without any scruples. Even though Ling Xiao didn't have the Taiji eye, he could tell their cultivation levels. One was at the middle stage of the 13th layer of hell, while the other was at the late stage of the 13th layer of hell. They were indeed more powerful than Qin Sengxiong and the Thunder Emperor. No wonder the Volcano Kingdom had always been able to suppress the Qin nation. If not for Marquis Ling risking his life to destroy the Volcano Kingdom's most elite army, the Qin nation would have been destroyed more than a decade ago. Where's Fire Rain? The Volcano King asked cautiously. Unlike the Volcano Crown Prince, the Volcano King had a different personality. He's dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw Fire Rain's corpse into the valley. Please don't casually bring trash to the Eight Immortals nation. Ah! Suddenly, a painful roar came from the valley. The armored Grand Minister of the Volcano Kingdom rushed out. He hugged his son's corpse and wept bitterly. Your Majesty, please forgive this humble subject for overstepping his bounds. I hope your Majesty will allow this humble subject to kill this bastard and avenge my son. The Grand Minister looked at the Volcano King and pleaded loudly. Yes, but you don't have to kill him personally. 7 generals, listen up. Kill this bastard here by any means. The Volcano King waved his hand, and the 7 generals behind him walked out at the same time. Yes, your Majesty. The 7 generals were all wrapped in metal armor. Even their heads were completely covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. They were all very powerful. 6 of them were warriors at the peak of the 12th layer of hell, the Yin-Yang realm. One of them was at the early stage of the 13th layer of hell, the First Revolution. The Grand Minister also joined the battle. His cultivation was the same as that of the strongest general, but judging from the aura he released, he was much more terrifying than the strongest general. The 8 of them released a terrifying aura at the same time, changing the gravity of this area. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body suddenly become heavy. Then he landed. Flying in the sky with a heavier body would consume more internal strength. It was not worth it. Kid, listen up. I must avenge my son, will you? You should be proud to die in our hands. We are the 8 strongest generals of the Volcano Kingdom. The Grand Minister looked at Ling Xiao with an arrogant aura. There was a strong sense of arrogance in his anger. That is to say, after killing the 8 of you, the Volcano Kingdom will basically have no generals to rely on, right? Ling Xiao twisted his neck, producing a crackling sound that sounded like thunder. Then, he chuckled. You can say that, but can you do it? The Grand Minister looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, You will soon know whether I can do it or not. Ling Xiao felt pity for these idiots. They were all arrogant and self-righteous. They couldn't even see the difference in strength between the enemy and himself. They deserved to die. It was a pity for their cultivation. If the 8 Immortals' kingdom had so many powerful warriors and talents as commanders, he would be so happy. But he knew very well that it was almost impossible to subdue these people. Unless he could kill the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince at the same time. But those 2 guys were not easy to deal with. Before killing them, he had to get rid of these small fries first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was sneak attacked by these small fries later. Shameless boasting! The Grand Minister sneered and then said loudly, Release your martial souls. Don't care about the rules. Kill him, not only to avenge my son, but also to prepare for the Volcano Kingdom to occupy the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Yes, sir! The 7 generals accepted the order loudly. Then, the 8 of them released powerful auras at the same time. Chapter 29:16. The 7 generals and the Prime Minister all had fire elemental martial souls. Although everyone's martial soul's form was different, the origin of their martial souls was fire. Therefore, if they worked together, their combat power would be stronger than ordinary martial artists. Facing Ling Xiao, the Prime Minister and the others didn't dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao was an existence that could kill Huiyu. Huiyu was stronger than any of the 8 of them. Although she wasn't as strong as the 8 of them working together, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao could kill Huiyu, which was enough to prove that he was stronger than Huiyu. Ferocious flames burned crazily behind the 8 people. Blazing. Powerful. The 8 flames had 7 colors, like a rainbow. The 7 generals all had the same martial soul: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The Prime Minister's martial soul was 7 meteorites of different colors. It was a bit like Huiyu's martial soul, but not quite the same. 7 layers of fiery hell, kill! The Prime Minister waved his hand, and the 7 generals attacked at the same time. 7 balls of flames of different colors suddenly turned into terrifying beasts of hell. There was a bull head, a horse face, and a terrifying 3-headed hellhound. They surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. The Prime Minister rose into the air, occupying the advantage in the air to prevent Ling Xiao from breaking through. Isn't this a bit too much? They didn't even do this when they fought with me. The Volcano Crown Prince frowned. Child, don't be jealous. We're just sparring. No one will really be ruthless. But that Ling Xiao is an enemy. We can't show mercy. The roar of a beast came from the flames. Crackling sounds could be heard in the void. Flames shot out in all directions, and the entire valley seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire. In the distance, a few surviving members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family watched this scene nervously. Can they win? Someone asked. Don't worry. Even if those 8 people can't win, they can definitely injure Ling Xiao severely. After that, there's still the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. Ling Xiao will die today, the leader of the royal family said coldly. How dare a lowly commoner try to turn us into commoners? How abominable! The person leading the group was none other than the Qin nation's former 4th prince. He had always been loyal to the Thunder Emperor and the 14th prince. In the end, both the Thunder Monarch and the 14th prince had been killed by Ling Xiao. Naturally, he was unwilling to let this matter rest. Therefore, they joined forces with the remaining members of the royal family who were unwilling to be stripped of their titles and noble status to plan this rebellion. He knew that he could only succeed this time. Failure was not an option. When he saw the strength of the 7 generals and the Prime Minister, he was relieved. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to leave this place alive. On the other side, a woman wearing a bamboo hat stood in the darkness. Yu Fahua did not appear. She did not want Ling Xiao to know that she had followed them. At this moment, flames soared into the sky. Ling Xiao could even feel the scorching flames roasting his body. It made him feel a little hot. But that was all. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He instantly transformed into the beast soul of the three-headed lava hound. The original warmth also disappeared completely after the transformation was completed. The three-headed lava hound's flames were demonic flames, which were of the same quality as the flames of the 8 people. However, there was some aura of the divine fire in the demonic flames. Therefore, even though it was 1 against 8, it could still stand proudly. This scene stunned the 7 generals and the Grand Minister of the Prime Minister. They did not expect that their martial souls would be afraid of Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. Their flames actually bowed their heads in front of Ling Xiao's flames. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. It had to be released. The attack had already begun. Even if they were not confident, they had to release the attack. Don't be afraid of him. Kill him! The Prime Minister gave the order. 7 ferocious inferno hell beasts rushed out and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the same place. He did not move at all. Do you think you can hurt me with just the 7 of you? He suddenly bent his legs and pounced out like a ferocious beast. In the face of the terrifying inferno hell beasts, he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Bang! One of the inferno hell beasts was smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's sharp claws. Then, the heads of the 3 lava hounds bit the other 3 inferno hell beasts. Suddenly, only 3 of the 7 inferno hell beasts were left. Ling Xiao did not stop there. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of terrifying lava. The 3 inferno hell beasts that had just evolved were all killed. Is that all you've got? Ling Xiao mocked. Hell beast fusion! The 7 generals suddenly shouted. The martial souls behind the 7 generals merged into one. Then, they turned into a ferocious hell beast. This hell beast was not only 7 or 8 times bigger than any of the previous hell beasts, but its combat strength had also increased by 10 times. Hell Beast King! The Prime Minister floated in the air and threw 7 meteorites at the hell beast that had just merged into one. After the meteorites merged into the hell beast's body, its strength increased again. Its strength had surpassed Hu Yu's. Kill! The Prime Minister and the 7 generals made a gesture at the same time. The terrifying Hell Beast King roared and charged toward Ling Xiao. It seemed to have a life of its own. Its pitch-black eyes shone with a bloody red light. It looked at Ling Xiao with a murderous look. Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom to dodge the Hell Beast King's attack. However, the Hell Beast King's attack was too powerful. Just the wind from its attack left a scar on Ling Gao's face. Ling Xiao touched the faint scar, and his face turned gloomy. What an evil creature! You have some skills. It seems that I have to get serious. Complete beast transformation! Ling Xiao roared, and the soul power of his 3-headed lava hound beast soul completely exploded. His entire person turned into a real 3-headed lava hound. His soul and consciousness were still his, but his appearance had changed completely. His current size was not inferior to the Hell Beast King's at all. Roar! At this moment, the Hell Beast King let out a terrifying roar. Its huge head swayed for a moment before it bit down on Ling Xiao. Good timing! Ling Xiao did not retreat. He stretched out his head and bit toward the Hell Beast King. At the same time, he scratched at the Hell Beast King with his claws. He had not used this kind of fighting method for a long time, because it was a little indecent. However, there were only enemies here. In the complete beast transformation, the beast soul transformation provided him with the most complete increase in strength. He could freely use all the abilities of the 3-headed lava hound. Boom! In the eyes of all the spectators, the 2 ferocious fire-type demonic beasts collided fiercely. Roar! The 2 demonic beasts roared at the same time. The 3-headed lava hound bit the Hell Beast King's neck. The Hell Beast King slapped one of the 3-headed lava hound's heads with its claws. Chapter 29:17. Good heavens! Is this the power of a fusion martial soul? It's really powerful! No wonder these guys dared to come after me, knowing that I killed Huiyu. They are really confident. Ling Xiao knew this the moment he touched the Hell Beast King. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. No one was weaker than the other. Therefore, he was a little surprised. However, he didn't know that the Prime Minister was even more surprised. Ling Xiao actually had the ability to fight against the Hell Beast King after becoming a complete beast. This was simply too unexpected. After all, the Hell Beast King was the key to the aid of them defeating Huiyu. No wonder Huiyu was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is the end of you. You can't move at all now, and I can kill you easily. As the Prime Minister spoke, his figure flashed, and he appeared above the three-headed lava hound. A huge sword appeared in his hand, and he was about to stab the three-headed lava hound's head. Idiot, I was just playing with you. You really took it seriously. Ling Xiao's voice burst out from the three-headed lava hound's mouth. Do you think your Hell Beast King is very powerful? Then I'll tear it to pieces for you. Power of the Divine Phoenix, fuse! This time, Ling Xiao only used the power of the Divine Phoenix of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. The Divine Phoenix formed by the flames flew out from the void and fused into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's strength skyrocketed again. However, the Hell Beast King had no more room to grow. This terrifying aura sent the Prime Minister, who was close to Ling Xiao, flying. Go to hell! The three-headed lava hound roared again. The three heads bit down at the same time. The huge claws slapped the Hell Beast King, and then a series of storm-like attacks followed. The Hell Beast King was ravaged in the storm. Finally, it was torn to pieces. The moment the Hell Beast King shattered, the 7 generals collapsed to the ground at the same time. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked extremely miserable. The martial spirit is a person's second soul. If the martial spirit is damaged, you will naturally be injured. What ability do you have to fight me then? The gigantic three-headed lava hound stood in the middle of the valley. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its terrifying body made the 7 generals feel immense pressure and a strong sense of fear. This person is so scary! The 7 generals looked at the huge lava Cerberus in despair. Terrifying lava continued to drip from the Cerberus's mouth, turning the surroundings into a land of lava. Moreover, the magma was able to maintain its temperature for a long time without solidifying. The boiling temperature continued to rise, and the valley actually showed the scene of hell. You guys have played enough. Next, it's my turn. Since you like to play with fire, I'll let you die in the flames. Ling Xiao's voice came out of the mouths of all 3 heads of the ferocious three-headed lava hound. It was just that it was thicker, more powerful, and more terrifying than usual. Scorching Hell. Activate. As the thick voice rang out, the terrifying scorching hell covered the entire battlefield. It covered the 7 generals and the Prime Minister. Ling Xiao wanted to kill these 8 people. How could he let the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince interfere? Outside the scorching hell, there was a layer of martial soul boundary. On the battlefield, they would fight to the death. Oh no, he wants to trap us! The Prime Minister exclaimed. You 7, find a way to break the boundary. I'll buy you some time. After the Hell Beast King was destroyed, everyone, including the Prime Minister, lost the will to fight. Because that was already their strongest attack, but in the end, it was easily destroyed by Ling Xiao. The only thing they could do now was to run for their lives. Run? Well said. Just now you attacked me. Now, it's my turn to attack. Do you think you can escape? The gigantic 3-headed lava hound took a step forward. The flames in the scorching hell surged, and the magma danced. The whole place turned into a sea of fire, a real hell. Your Majesty, help! Finally, even the Minister of the Prime Minister felt scared. He had never asked the Volcano King for help. But today, even though he knew it was embarrassing, he had to ask for help. Because he knew that if he didn't ask for help, if the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince didn't intervene, they would be doomed. They would be dead. Ling Xiao, let them go, and I won't hurt your family. The Volcano King didn't intervene. Instead, he said arrogantly to Ling Xiao. However, what he got in response was 2 terrible screams. 2 of the 7 generals were burned alive and turned into dry bones by the boiling magma. Their energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body and slept in his cells, becoming Ling Xiao's potential. The others watched in horror as the 2 people gradually melted in the magma. Their hearts kept twitching. It was too frightening. This magma was clearly not ordinary magma. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they wouldn't have been sucked in and killed so easily. Despicable fellow, how dare you not take this king's words to heart? The Volcano King was furious. His feet trembled, and his body instantly went outside the boundary. Then, he threw a punch at the scorching hell. He thought that with his strength, he could easily destroy the boundary. But he was wrong. And he was very wrong. The boundary wasn't destroyed. Instead, he was sent flying by the force of his punch. Although he wasn't injured, he looked very embarrassed. He had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Ling Xiao didn't care about the anger of the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. After killing the 2 people, he still didn't stop. He waved his huge claws and slapped the 3 people directly into the magma. His speed was simply too fast. It was hard to imagine that such a huge body could be so agile. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 7 generals were left. Just like before, the energy in the melted corpses entered Ling Xiao's body through the magma and temporarily quieted down. Such energy wasn't pure enough. It could only be stored as potential. Only by slowly transforming it could it truly become Ling Xiao's own energy. There wouldn't be any negative effects. Screams rang out one after another. The Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince couldn't do anything. They could only watch helplessly as the 8 experts they brought with them were slaughtered by Ling Xiao. At this time, the Prime Minister finally understood. Ling Xiao didn't use all his strength to kill Huiyu. He might even use less than half of his strength. They were too stupid. They didn't do any careful investigation of Ling Xiao. They just listened to the reports of the remaining members of the royal family, and thought that Ling Xiao was at most a little stronger than Huiyu. Now it seemed that this was a grave mistake. Damn it! Since we can't escape, let's fight to the death. The Prime Minister knew that even the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince couldn't help him now. Chapter 29:18. Fight to the death? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Ling Xiao's voice came out of the 3-headed lava hound's mouth again. It was full of confidence and a strong sense of sarcasm. At the same time, the last 2 generals were also killed. They were trampled under the feet of the 3-headed lava hound and turned into meat paste. The Prime Minister, who had just ignited the courage to fight to the death, was instantly scared back to his original state. Why? Why do you have to kill us? The Prime Minister shouted desperately. If you leave us alive, the Volcano Country and the 8 Immortals Country can still coexist peacefully in the future. Otherwise, it will only cause a war between the 2 countries. Although it sounded like a threat, in fact, the Prime Minister's words were more or less showing his weakness. It was because he knew he was no match for the enemy that he used the Volcano Country as an excuse. There's no need for that, because the Volcano Country will soon be destroyed. The war between countries is actually just a battle between the strong. As long as I kill you today, the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince, the Volcano Country will collapse without a fight. War? You're not even qualified to start a war! Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The memory in his mind from another world told him that the strong in the mystic world were basically equivalent to the nuclear bombs in that world. If a country's nuclear bombs were completely destroyed, then they would have already lost. There was no doubt about that. Although nuclear bombs would not be used often, they had a strong deterrent effect. It was the same for the top strong in the mystic world. Without the Volcano King and the others, the Volcano Country could no longer make any waves. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Prime Minister was stunned. This guy was really crazy. Did he really think he could defeat the Volcano King? You'll regret it. You'll die miserably if you underestimate the Volcano King. As the Prime Minister roared, he condensed all his internal force on a meteorite. He finally made a decision. Before he died, even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he had to seriously injure him. Otherwise, he would not be able to avenge his son's death. You won't be able to see whether I can kill the Volcano King. Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the entire meteorite. You're crazy! The Prime Minister's last attack was swallowed just like that. However, he was not disheartened because he believed that Ling Xiao would definitely explode and die after swallowing his attack. Do you think I will self-destruct? Ling Xiao's voice could be heard once again, as he exhaled a puff of smoke, as if he had just burped. With just your attack, you're not qualified. No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How can your physical body be so strong? The Prime Minister was in utter despair. Their only flame of hope was completely extinguished at this moment. Time to end this, Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, it opened the huge mouths on its 3 heads and spat out boiling lava. The Grand Minister of the Interior was wrapped in the lava, unable to resist or escape. The only thing that was left was the unresigned screams. Chi chi! The raging flames and lava engulfed the Prime Minister in an instant, burning his body. The Prime Minister's power was transferred to Ling Xiao through the lava. Most of the energy was stored in his cells, but a part of the pure energy was filled in his cultivation sea. Even so, his cultivation sea was now less than 1/10 of the energy. It was getting more and more difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation. There was definitely a long way to go. Ling Xiao changed back to his original form, and the scorching hell was also removed. However, the martial soul realm was not removed. Instead, it continued to expand and envelop the entire valley. Even the remaining members of the royal family were wrapped in it. Ling Xiao did not intend to let go of any of the enemies here today. Rebellion was the last thing he would tolerate. Moreover, these members of the royal family had colluded with the enemy, which was even more heinous. If he did not kill them, it would not be enough to appease his anger. It was not enough to deter everyone. Not far away, the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano were both staring at Ling Xiao. The remaining members of the royal family were all trembling. They knew very well that if the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano could not kill Ling Xiao, then they would be the next ones to die. I am really surprised that you are so strong that you can even kill the 8 of them. What surprised me even more is that you dare to make an enemy of my Volcano Kingdom. It seems that you don't want the 8 Immortals' kingdom anymore. The King of Volcanoes stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Ridiculous. You have already killed your way to my 8 Immortals' kingdom's Thunder capital city, and you still say that I am your enemy? I originally intended to coexist peacefully with the Volcano Kingdom. But now, it seems that is impossible. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being unjust. I have taken the Qin Kingdom, and I want the Volcano Kingdom too. As Ling Xiao spoke, his figure suddenly flashed, and he was less than 10 meters away from the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano. A terrifying murderous aura that made one's heart tremble rushed out. It was as if he wanted to completely destroy all living things in front of him. It was cold and merciless. Other than the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano, everyone else felt as if they were about to die. Especially those so-called experts who had followed the King of Volcano here. They were the subordinates of the 7 generals. Although they were not weak, they could only tremble in front of Ling Xiao and did not even have the courage to attack. The murderous aura released by Ling Xiao made them feel as if they were in a hellish killing field. It was really terrifying. They did not doubt that Ling Xiao would definitely kill them as long as he had the chance. The King of Volcano's expression was gloomy. Ling Xiao's talent and strength had shocked him. But this guy was an enemy. If it was his son or someone from the Volcano Nation, how good would that be? Unfortunately, he had to get rid of this guy today. Otherwise, if he was given some more time, even he would not be a match for him. Kid, you are too confident. You are too arrogant. Do you think you are very strong? Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are still young. At least for now, my crown prince and I can kill you! The king of volcanoes' roar made his clothes flap. However, there was no wind in the valley. The sound of his clothes was clearly caused by the explosion of his aura. The murderous aura collided with Ling Xiao's aura. A terrifying rumbling sound was actually heard. At that moment, the warriors standing behind the king of volcano finally felt a lot better. It was as if a big tree had blocked the wind. Father, leave this brat to me. Even if you manage to defeat him, you will still be seen as bullying the weak and having an unfair advantage, Lin Feng said. The crown prince of volcanoes stepped forward. He was also confident. His cultivation was only a small realm lower than his father's. But it was a realm higher than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was a genius, and so was he. If Ling Xiao could challenge someone of a higher realm, so could he. Chapter 29:19. The Volcano King hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Although he was not sure if his son could defeat Ling Xiao, he believed that even if his son could not win, he should at least be able to stay alive. After all, his son was much stronger than Hui Yu and the Prime Minister. Let's end this quickly. After all, this is the territory of the 8 Immortals nation. If this drags on, it will be disadvantageous to us, the Volcano King warned. You think too highly of yourselves. I don't need the 8 Immortals nation's army to deal with you. Don't worry. The only one fighting you today is me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the Volcano Crown Prince. He could sense that his opponent's aura was much stronger than Hui Yu's. However, he still had a faint smile on his face. His body gradually entered the purple Thunderbolt martial soul transformation. Vigorous lightning danced crazily around his body. Make your move, or you won't have a chance, the Volcano Crown Prince said indifferently. He was unhappy that Hui Yu wanted to challenge Chen Tsengxiong because he thought that Chen Tsengxiong was his cup of tea. Fortunately, Chen Tsengxiong was already dead. He had been killed by Ling Xiao. As for Hui Yu, she had also been killed by Ling Xiao. He did not feel sorry for Hui Yu's death. On the contrary, he was happy that it was Hui Yu who had died, not Ling Xiao. Otherwise, how could he prove his strength? The Volcano Crown Prince was an extremely selfish and crazy person. He had no friends since he was young and focused on martial arts. Other than his father, he did not believe that anyone in the world could be stronger than him. In the end, he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He was not even as knowledgeable as Hui Yu. Not using my martial soul? Ling Xiao looked at the Volcano Crown Prince and said coldly. I don't need my martial soul to deal with you. The Volcano Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He even looked sleepy, as if he had no interest in him at all. He did not know if he was doing it on purpose or if he really thought that Ling Xiao was no match for him. Regardless of which possibility it was, Ling Xiao would not remind him again. Suddenly, Ling Xiao took a step forward, and the demon dragon sword appeared in his hand. Then, the true demon sword Qi and the demonic immortal sword Shadow pierced toward the Volcano Crown Prince. The Volcano Crown Prince's face paled. All of a sudden, a huge volcano appeared behind him. Boiling magma gushed out of the volcano, shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying lava transformed into a fire dragon that pounced towards Ling Xiao's true devil sword Qi, completely destroying Ling Xiao's sword Qi. This scene stunned the onlookers. Right now, the Volcano Crown Prince was like a god of fire descending to the mortal realm, majestic and insufferably arrogant. His martial soul was also of the fire attribute. However, it was the exclusive martial soul of the Volcano royal family, the Volcano martial soul. Ling Xiao was pushed back by the powerful force, but a mocking expression appeared on his face. You just said that you didn't need to use your martial soul, but you slapped yourself in the face so quickly. The people of the Volcano country are really trash and like to boast. The Volcano Crown Prince's face flushed red, but no one knew if it was the reflection of the lava, or if it was because he felt embarrassed. Die! Perhaps to cover up his embarrassment, the Volcano Crown Prince channeled his inner force in a fit of rage. The lava spewed out by the volcano martial soul transformed into a ferocious lava beast. It was even bigger than the three-headed lava hound that Ling Xiao had transformed into. The terrifying lava beast pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there calmly. The demonic dragon sword in his hand continued to gather killing intent. Then, dozens of black swords she shot out at the same time, all of them hitting the huge lava beast. The lava beast was pierced by the true devil sword she like a hedgehog, its body full of holes. Then, it wobbled and fell to the ground. However, perhaps he had already expected this to happen. The volcano crown prince's follow-up attack had arrived. He flipped his hands as if forming a seal. When he finished forming the seal, flames shot up from his hands, and the heat became extremely terrifying. Molten fire seal! An angry roar came out of his mouth. The volcano crown prince's eyes widened. Terrifying palm prints smashed through the void and flew toward Ling Xiao. Every palm print was a terrifying killing weapon. Destruction! Slaughter! Destruction! The palm prints were filled with an aura that made one despair. That terrifying aura made the martial artists standing behind the volcano crown prince retreat. Their hearts trembled violently, as if they were being electrocuted. Only the volcano king did not retreat. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the battle. Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. 9 demonic dragon swords appeared. He channeled his inner force and controlled the 9 demonic dragon swords at the same time, performing 9 different moves. All of them were true devil black immortals. This sword move was extremely domineering. All of the black immortals merged in the void, becoming an even more powerful black immortal. This was something that Ling Xiao had learned from the 7 generals, so he had modified it himself. Since those people's martial souls could merge, in theory, sword moves could merge as well. In particular, merging sword moves of the same kind would be easier. He succeeded on his first try. The power of the same move was increased by more than 10 times. It slammed heavily into the molten flame seal, shattering it into pieces. Magma Dragon! Although the volcano crown prince was surprised by Ling Xiao's reaction, he continued with his next move. This was because he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao wouldn't have any chance to make a move in front of him. Ling Xiao would be suppressed to death. His voice rang out. A thick stream of magma rose from the void and turned into a long dragon of magma. Then, the magma dragon wrapped tightly around the black immortal that Ling Xiao had released. It continued to squeeze. Ling Xiao's sword was powerful and domineering. It was filled with the will to kill and destroy. The volcano crown prince's magma dragon was equally domineering and filled with the desire to destroy. Both of their moves were extremely powerful. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. Sky Dragon Power, merge! Previously, he had merged the power of the Divine Phoenix. Now, he had merged the power of the Sky Dragon with the Demon Dragon's sword. It was obvious that his opponent had become stronger. The moment the power of the Sky Dragon merged, Ling Xiao's Demon Dragon's sword suddenly became more powerful. The Lava Dragon was actually shattered by the sword, and the remaining sword aura continued to fly towards the Volcano Crown Prince. Destroy! The Volcano Crown Prince did not panic. He waved his hand, and the raging magma engulfed the remaining sword chi and easily destroyed it. Fire Dragon Possession! After destroying Ling Xiao's sword chi, the Volcano Crown Prince roared. 5 fire dragons merged into his body. At that moment, his combat power increased dramatically. Demonic Dragon Possession! Ling Xiao was not afraid. You have the Fire Dragon Possession, and I have the Demonic Dragon Possession. Let's see who is stronger. Damn it! It looks like you really have a death wish. If that's the case, I'll use all my strength to kill you. Chapter 29-20. The Volcano Crown Prince had only used 70% of his strength so far. He felt that not only did he have to kill Ling Xiao, but he also had to use 70% of his strength. Only then would he be able to prove his strength. It was just like how he did not want to use his martial soul. But now, with the development of the battle, he had no choice but to use his full strength. Otherwise, his battle prowess would be no match for Ling Xiao. 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud! As he unleashed his full strength, 9 fire dragons formed from magma appeared around the volcano crown prince. The fire dragons circled around him, forming an absolute defense. If anyone dared to get close, they would be melted in an instant. Don't you have a strong physical body? Do you dare to fight me in close combat? The volcano crown prince looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. You don't have to provoke me. So what if you want to fight me in close combat? Do you really think I'm afraid of your 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His body flickered as he charged toward the volcano crown prince. Ha ha, what an idiot! I just provoked you and you came to your death. Once I use the 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud, no one can get within 1 meter of me and survive. This martial technique can allow my martial soul to become a divine fire in a short time. Your physical body won't be able to resist it. In truth, the volcano crown prince was just trying to provoke Ling Xiao. He did not expect someone as smart as Ling Xiao to fall for it. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually charge at him? Was he not courting death? Boom! 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 As Ling Xiao charged at the volcano crown prince, the volcano crown prince's hands were not idle either. The molten seal continued to bombard Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao charged forward, the molten seal exploded. Now that he had fully unleashed his full strength, his combat strength had soared. Even the power of the molten seal had become much stronger than before. What delicious flames! I want them all! As Ling Xiao flew, 2 black vortexes appeared in his hands. They were like black holes that devoured the flames of the molten seal. After smelting, a small part of it would be absorbed, while the majority of it would be stored in the cells. Does that brat really want to engage in close combat with my son? Volcano King originally thought that Ling Xiao was up to some cunning scheme, but from the looks of it, Ling Xiao did not seem to have that intention at all. It was a close combat. Was this kid really not afraid of the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield? That was a divine flame. Under the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire shield, every attack from the volcano crown prince contained the power of divine fire. How could Ling Xiao block it? The volcano crown prince grinned wickedly. He gave up on trying to stop Ling Xiao and focused all his energy on the 9 Dragon God Fire Shield, preparing to fight Ling Xiao. Rumble! Finally, Ling Xiao was within a meter of the volcano air. The terrifying divine fire instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Hee, that brat is finished! Volcano King sneered. He had never seen a cultivator who could survive being engulfed in divine flames. There were simply too few people who could do that. They either had the divine fire martial soul or the bloodline of the divine fire. Apart from these two, no matter how strong you were, you would not be able to withstand the terrifying burns of the divine fire. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. He did not have the divine fire martial soul. But he had the ancient infernal dragon martial soul. The ancient infernal dragon was the divine fire. All of Ling Xiao's cells had been modified by the ancient infernal dragon and possessed the bloodline of the divine fire. The volcano crown prince was too naive to think that the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield could kill him. Before Volcano King's sneer disappeared, Ling Xiao's sword had already emerged from the divine fire and pierced the volcano crown prince's throat. The sword was simply too wide and too big. The volcano crown prince's head was sliced off and rolled to the ground. At the moment of his death, he died with his eyes wide open. In that instant, everyone's eyes froze. They felt as if their hearts had been hammered, and they were all dumbfounded. The volcano crown prince was dead? It wasn't Ling Xiao who was dead. It was the volcano crown prince? Why was Ling Xiao not afraid of the divine fires burning? This incomparably shocking scene caused everyone present to be unable to react for a moment. This scene was really too inconceivable. Everyone had thought that after the volcano crown prince used the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, Ling Xiao would only have a chance of winning if he kept attacking from a distance. Attacking at close range would only lead to death. However, the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? Just what kind of secret did he have on him? Volcano King stared blankly at the rolling head on the ground. The eyes of the head seemed to be moving. It seemed to be venting its inexplicable death. The Volcano Crown Prince, who was at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell, had been killed. From now on, the Volcano Kingdom had no successor. It would take decades to nurture another one. There were too many variables that could happen between the birth of a martial artist and the first transition. Volcano King raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Ah! An infuriated roar came out of his mouth. He could not tolerate this. He could not tolerate this. He could tolerate Ling Xiao killing Huiyu. He could tolerate Ling Xiao killing the 7 generals and the Prime Minister. However, Ling Xiao had killed his only son, and he absolutely could not tolerate it. His gaze was like a cold blade that pierced into everyone's bones. He was angry, but he was not stupid. He had come to a conclusion from the series of battles. Ling Xiao was already stronger than the Volcano Crown Prince. Although the Volcano Crown Prince had indeed been careless, even if he hadn't been careless, the battle had only lasted a little longer than usual. He could confirm that the Volcano Crown Prince was still no match for Ling Xiao. Only he, the Volcano King, had a chance of winning against Ling Xiao. He had to defend the glory of the Volcano Kingdom's martial artists and his royal authority. Ling Xiao took the Volcano Crown Prince's storage ring and was pleasantly surprised to find the 9-dragon heavenly fire shield in it. To the Volcano Crown Prince, this martial art was only a 3rd heaven immortal grade martial art technique that could turn demonic fire into divine fire for a short period of time. However, to Ling Xiao, this was a set of top-grade martial arts secret manuals without any grades. Because of the 9-dragon heavenly fire shield, Ling Xiao could freely control the divine fire in his body. Whether it was the true Samadhi fire, the dark flame of death, or the primordial hellfire, they could all be used. Of course, controlling the divine fire would consume a lot of energy. One attack might cause him to lose the ability to fight again. Therefore, this would become his trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. He took out the items from the Volcano Crown Prince's storage ring and put them into his own storage ring. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the Volcano King. There was a sharpness in his cold eyes, like a blade that would pierce through the Volcano King's body. The Volcano King's eyes were equally cold, as if he wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. "It's your turn now!" Chapter 29-21. Next, it's your turn. A deep and cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He was so confident and arrogant. But it was also full of terrifying pressure. Volcano King, who bore the brunt of this, suddenly felt his entire body tense up because of this sentence. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. Ling Xiao killed his son, the Volcano King. Now, he wanted to kill him. This guy dared to touch him. He was the Volcano King. But unfortunately, this was not the Volcano Kingdom, but the 8 Immortals' Kingdom, Ling Xiao's territory. Come on! The Volcano King would not retreat. He was a king, a high and mighty king. As his voice sounded, his aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly filled the entire valley. Fourth Prince, who will win? The remaining members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family asked the leading 4th Prince. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura released by the Volcano King. Murderous aura. Ling Xiao killed the Volcano King's son. How could the Volcano King not hate Ling Xiao? In today's battle, I'm afraid it's either you die or I live. Humph, it's best if the two of them die together. Although he knew that the possibility was very low, the 4th Prince still looked forward to it. This was because no matter who won, it wouldn't benefit him at all. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. He doesn't even put the Volcano King in his eyes. This guy is really a scourge. Someone sighed helplessly. If they had killed this kid back then, there wouldn't be so many things happening today. But they didn't think that they had used all kinds of methods to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao was lucky and didn't die. It wasn't that they were merciful. It was because of their actions that they had completely angered Ling Xiao. Your strength really makes this king very surprised. It was completely beyond my expectations. A cold voice came out of the Volcano King's mouth. His voice was filled with a strong murderous aura. In that instant, the flowers and grass around him had withered. But do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're like this? I am the dignified Volcano King. How can you humiliate me at will? Today, this king will let you see what a true expert is. In front of this king, you're just drawing water with a bamboo basket. As his voice fell, the Volcano King's hands began to condense terrifying energy. Do you know how the Volcano royal family was born? Volcano King suddenly asked a question. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He knew that the other party would answer him. About 10,000 years ago, the Volcano country was still just a barbarian land, a dense forest where demonic beasts thrived. However, one day, a golden firebird fell into the forest. The fire soared into the sky. This fire burned for a total of 49 days, almost completely burning the entire forest. Almost all the demonic beasts and intelligent creatures were burned alive. They didn't even have time to escape. However, there was one person who managed to survive in the midst of the raging flames. He is the ancestor of our Volcano royal family, Patriarch Volcano. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was also a little excited. He could even imagine the scene at that time. Even if the firebird that fell into the forest was not a golden crow, it was probably a very powerful fire-type demonic beast. It seemed that Xiao Jin was blessed. As for Patriarch Volcano, Ling Xiao was not very concerned. However, he was willing to listen to the Volcano King's story. At that time, Patriarch Volcano was only a 10-year-old child with severe burns all over his body. However, he managed to survive with his terrifying willpower. Not only that, his body contained terrifying fire energy. In order to avenge his parents and relatives, he carried a sword and went to the place where the firebird fell. At that time, although the firebird was severely injured, it was still very terrifying. Moreover, it had absorbed so much spiritual energy from the dead that it had already mutated. From a firebird, it became a terrifying undying bird. Black flames surged on the undying bird. Patriarch Volcano was not afraid at all. An earth-shattering battle broke out there. In the end, the undying bird swallowed Patriarch Volcano. However, this was the stupidest thing it had ever done. Patriarch Volcano was still alive. He swallowed the demon core of the undying bird in its body. The undying bird let out a tragic cry and died. Without the demon core, it was impossible for it to be reborn. Patriarch Volcano climbed out of the undying bird's body and ate the undying bird's flesh. He merged all of the undying bird's abilities and achieved supreme martial arts. After the fire was extinguished, he built the original volcano sect there and began to take in disciples and martial artists. It took him 1,000 years to establish the foundation of the Volcano Kingdom, making it extremely powerful. The Volcano Kingdom at that time was not inferior to the 9 Supremes today. What's the point of saying all this? Your ancestors left, but it doesn't mean that you're powerful. Ling Xiao said faintly. After all, you're just an unfilial descendant. Such a powerful Volcano Kingdom became so weak when it came to you. That's not my fault. It's my seniors' incompetence. They couldn't even awaken 1/10 of their ancestors' bloodline. Otherwise, the Volcano Kingdom wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The Volcano King suddenly roared. You're lucky to have met me. I've awakened 1/3 of Patriarch Volcano's bloodline power. The ancient firebird's power is calling out to me. You should be proud that you were able to die under such a powerful bloodline. As he spoke, his aura became even more terrifying. His body also began to undergo strange changes. His back suddenly bulged. Then, a pair of wings burning with black flames stretched out from his back. His body began to burn with black flames, just like the legendary undying bird. Ling Xiao's brows gradually furrowed. The Volcano King's trump card was really terrifying. He released the power of his bloodline and had the volcano martial spirit. The combination of the two was really terrifying. Are you afraid? The Volcano King looked at Ling Xiao's expression and his body gradually rose. The blazing energy instantly turned everything around him into ashes, including his son's body. He was no longer the Volcano King now. He was a real monster who had inherited 1/3 of Patriarch Volcano's bloodline. Afraid? Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Since I dared to come here to find you today, I never thought that I would be afraid. Patriarch Volcano! Undying bird! No matter how powerful your trump card is, you still can't escape death today. Arrogant and ignorant! The Volcano King roared. A lowly commoner dares to look down on this king's noble bloodline. Today, I'll let you know that your arrogance will lead to your destruction. Are you done with your nonsense? We can fight now! 9 demon dragon swords appeared. Chapter 29-22. Everyone stared at the Volcano King, including Ling Xiao. They could clearly feel the surging bloodline power coming from the Volcano King's body. A violent aura was ready to burst out. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound. A suffocating aura burst out of the Volcano King's body. Immediately, the wings of the undying bird burning with black flames on his back became stronger and sturdier. With the appearance of the undying bird wings, the Volcano King's body was wrapped in black flames. The undying bird's undying flame was at the level of divine fire. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Volcano King's bloodline power to be so powerful. He had only awakened 1/3 of the Volcano King's bloodline power, but it made people feel an invincible and terrifying aura. How powerful would he be if he fully awakened it? Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul were supposed to complement each other. But in modern times, it was already extremely lucky to awaken one of them. In this world, there were many warriors who couldn't even awaken one of the martial soul or the bloodline power. There were even fewer warriors who could awaken the bloodline power and the martial soul at the same time, and all of them were difficult to deal with. At this time, the Volcano King's eyes seemed to have become the eyes of the undying bird. There was a strange and indifferent aura. Was this the undying bird that destroyed the forest and almost wiped out all the creatures in the forest? It was indeed terrifying. Boa I, who awakened the bloodline power, will have the ability to be reborn. Do you have the ability to kill me? The Volcano King looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and his eyes were full of confidence. If he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao before, then at this moment, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Reborn from Nirvana? Ling Xiao frowned even more. Fourth Prince, it seems that the Volcano King is going to win this battle. I didn't expect that the Volcano King's strength would be close to the peak of the 13th layer of hell after he fully unleashed his strength. No matter how much of a genius Ling Xiao is, he can't possibly be a match for him. One is a jackal and the other is a tiger and a leopard. Neither of them is good for us. But the Volcano King should be better. At the very least, we can still be his puppets. But Ling Xiao will definitely kill us. If Volcano King wins, then so be it. Even though the fourth prince was unwilling to see such an outcome, it was still better for him to win than for Ling Xiao to win. Ling Xiao, are you regretting it now? If you had chosen to be loyal to me from the start, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, you don't have the chance to regret. You killed my most valued son, so you must die. The black flames on Volcano King's body churned even more violently. The surrounding air was also scorched hot, producing a strange mist. His cold voice was also announcing that Ling Xiao was about to enter the countdown to his death. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul are indeed powerful. But do you think that you're the only one who has the power of the bloodline and the martial soul? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, Not only do I have the martial soul, but I have more than one. Not only do I have the power of the bloodline, but I have more than one. With that, the 4 beast souls of the 3-headed lava hound, the 9-snake general, the black eagle, and the tyrant blood demonic dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Beast souls were also a type of martial soul. Using 4 beast souls at the same time, his strength was unparalleled. But this was only the beginning. Immediately after, the blood in his body began to boil. A terrifying aura rushed out of his body. Heavenly Dragon bloodline. Divine Phoenix bloodline. White Tiger bloodline. 3 terrifying bloodline powers erupted at almost the same time. 3 pairs of wings appeared on his back, arranged from top to bottom, like a 6-winged celestial immortal. But the 3 pairs of wings were completely different. They were the transparent heavenly dragon wings, which controlled the power of the wind. Scarlet red, like flames burning, was the divine phoenix wings, which controlled the power of fire. Blue, like lightning, was the white tiger wings, which controlled the power of thunder and lightning. In the past, Ling Xiao used the power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, and the power of the white tiger as support to increase his combat strength. But this time, he activated the power of the bloodline and had the ability to control wind, fire, and thunder and lightning. He was stronger than before. In fact, he had not activated the most terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon bloodline, because there was no need for that at the moment. What? You actually have so many bloodline powers and martial souls? What kind of monster are you? Even the King of Volcano was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. The surprise that Ling Xiao brought to him was simply too great. It doesn't matter what kind of monster I am. What's important is that I can defeat you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're dreaming. Even if you activate the power of the bloodline and martial soul, you'll at most have the combat strength of the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. But I have the combat strength close to the peak. You're still no match for me. The King of Volcanoes snorted coldly. As he spoke, he had already made his move. He took a step forward and flapped the wings of the undying bird behind him. He disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, could feel an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction behind him. Die! The King of Volcano roared. The pitch-black flame in his hand blasted onto Ling Xiao's body and then exploded. Many cracks appeared in the sky, which looked extremely strange. On the ground, scorched earth had been scorched by the flames. The power was really terrifying. Unfortunately, the King of Volcano only hit Ling Xiao's afterimage. Facing the King of Volcano, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The moment his opponent attacked, he had already activated the demonic dragon phantom. However, he was not dodging. He was counterattacking. His figure appeared behind the King of Volcano. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and stabbed at the King of Volcano. You've been tricked. The King of Volcano turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a sinister smile. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong. If he pursued blindly, he might not be able to hit Ling Xiao. Therefore, he deliberately lured Ling Xiao to attack him. In this way, he could catch Ling Xiao. Do you think you can suppress me in terms of strength? With a roar, the black demonic dragon sword collided with the black undying bird fire. There was a terrible explosion in the sky. Black flames and black sword chi flew in all directions, and a nearby small mountain was directly shaved off its peak. Many of the Volcano Kingdom's martial artists who were closer to the two were directly hit by the sword chi mixed with black flames and died on the spot. However, the two people in the sky did not have the time to pay attention to these. The collision this time sent Ling Xiao flying back dozens of meters. However, the King of Volcano did not retreat at all. Instead, he condensed his attack again. Chapter 29-23. Die! A black light flashed through the Volcano King's eyes. His body instantly traversed dozens of meters of space. There was no longer any obstacle in front of Ling Xiao. If this attack really hit Ling Xiao, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Timed explosion! The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth hooked up into a sneer. As long as the enemy touched him, he could attach the soul bomb to the opponent's body. although this move could only be used 2 or 3 times in a battle. But now was the time to use it, and he would not be stingy. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The Volcano King was caught off guard and was hit to the ground by the soul bomb. The originally condensed attack was also disintegrated in an instant. Yu Fanhua had been watching the battle from the beginning until now. She already had a judgment of who was stronger and who was weaker. In terms of strength, the Volcano King is stronger than Ling Xiao, and not just by a little bit. But Ling Xiao, this guy, has endless tricks, and it's impossible to guard against. It won't be easy for the Volcano King to win against him. It seems that I don't have to rush to make a move. Yu Fanhua knew when to make a move and when not to. This was Ling Xiao's battle. If it wasn't a situation of certain death, she would never make a move. And she also believed that Ling Xiao would have a way to deal with the Volcano King. Definitely. On the surface, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed at a disadvantage. However, if the Volcano King wanted to take down Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short time. The strength of the opponent, on the contrary, stimulated Ling Xiao's fighting spirit even more. One must know that he had not taken out his biggest trump card yet. Before that, he wanted to further hone his fighting ability. What's more, after fighting with the Volcano King, the energy in his cultivation sea increased significantly. Previously he had fought so hard, but in the end, his energy only increased by 1/10. And now, in just a few seconds of fighting, his energy had increased by 1/10. Climbing up from the ground, the Volcano King's face was very ugly. Soul bomb? Boring trick! You're just stalling for time. He looked at Ling Xiao and did not attack immediately. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, which was why he used such a boring trick. This kind of move was still effective against ordinary martial artists. But against him, it did not have any effect at all. Look at how proud you are. You're a late-stage 13th layer martial artist, yet you're unable to gain the upper hand against me, an early-stage 13th layer martial artist. Don't you feel ashamed? How could he still be so complacent? What a joke! Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a stronger battle intent burst out from him. He felt as if his entire body was about to be ignited by the hot blood in his body. Feeling this terrifying fighting intent, the martial artists of the Volcano Kingdom fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was not someone they could deal with. In the face of such a strong enemy like the Volcano King, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest trace of fear. He was so tenacious and unyielding, neither servile nor overbearing. Who could make him submit? No matter who he faced, since a battle was unavoidable, then no matter how strong the opponent was, he had to fight. Fight to the death. And never regret it. Never fear. On the road of martial arts, there was no room for fear. Otherwise, even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to see through the true meaning of martial arts. The Volcano King's eyes were cold. His face was gloomy. Although he knew very well that his strength had the absolute upper hand against Ling Xiao. As long as he hit Ling Xiao once, he could kill him instantly. Just as Ling Xiao had said, there was really nothing to be proud of. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was so great that he should be able to easily kill Ling Xiao. But now, just having the upper hand made him feel very satisfied and proud. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao had displayed a terrifying fighting strength that was completely unequal to his cultivation. Such a guy was even more terrifying. Maybe you're not wrong. Facing trash like you, I actually have a feeling that we're evenly matched. It's really shameful. So, prepare to die. The Volcano King put his palms together. Then he struggled to tear them apart. Between his hands, a giant sword completely condensed from the fire of the phoenix appeared. The flames burned, and the sword chi was everywhere. The whole sky was burned black by the black flames, and the space was torn into pieces by the sword chi released by the black phoenix sword. At that moment, the whole valley seemed to be completely destroyed by this terrifying giant sword. The Phoenix sword finally condensed and took shape. It emitted a terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The Volcano King held the sword with both hands, his cold eyes staring at Ling Xiao, and his killing intent was released uncontrollably. He did not want Ling Xiao to continue to live, because even he felt that even if Ling Xiao lived for one more minute, he might continue to become stronger. He had to kill Ling Xiao. This sword condensed a terrifying destructive power. As long as it pierced Ling Xiao's body, it could completely destroy Ling Xiao. When that time came, no one would remember Ling Xiao as a prodigy. Whether it was the Volcano Kingdom or the current 8 Immortals Kingdom, there would only be one king, the Volcano King. He wanted to revive the former glory of the Volcano Kingdom, to make the Volcano Kingdom stronger, and reach the status of the 9 Supremes. Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the Phoenix sword. The black flames burned on the giant sword, releasing a terrifying power that made his heart tremble. He took a deep breath. Then he exhaled the turbid breath. His body gradually calmed down. On the 10 demon dragon swords, the black demonic energy was rising and condensing. The 10 sword intents that had only been used once in the past erupted at the same time. One was full of destructive aura, the destructive sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, the slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, the overbearing will. One was full of indestructible aura, the indestructible sword intent. One was full of blazing aura, the fire sword intent. One was full of the fury of thunder, the thunder sword intent. One was full of the aura of death, the death sword intent. One was full of the aura of the earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of the heavens, the firmament sword intent. And this was not the end. The 18 demon dragon swords released 10 terrifying sword intents. Under the stimulation of the sword intents, Ling Xiao used his most terrifying move. True demonic sword formation. The true demonic sword formation under the stimulation of 10 sword intents was even more terrifying than an ordinary true demonic sword formation. Back then, the fire rain was easily destroyed under the attack of the most ordinary true demonic sword formation. Now, the true demonic sword formation had been enhanced by 10 sword intents, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Its lethality had reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying sword intent rose to the extreme. The terrifying sword intent pierced through the aura encirclement formed by the Phoenix sword. The 2 balls of energy collided in the void, not giving way to each other, each occupying their own territory. Chapter 29-24. The 4th prince was shocked when he saw the true demon sword array strengthened by the 10 sword essences. Ling Xiao still had such a terrifying move. If he had used this move in the arena, even Li Xiaofeng might not have been able to resist it. Maybe I didn't have to fight back then. Yu Fanghua smiled. Even she had underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond her expectation. Perhaps one day, Ling Xiao would be able to go to the Palace of Eternal Life openly and marry Yu Fanghua. A shy smile bloomed on her face. On the battlefield, the Volcano King frowned. Ling Xiao's move surprised him. But soon after, he revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect you to know a 4th heaven of the immortal grade martial skill, but it should only be at the initial level. Ha ha ha, what a pity. If your 4th heaven of the immortal grade martial skill was at the advanced level, I might be afraid. But now, this should be your most powerful attack. To be honest, I hate your confident expression. Now let me destroy it, destroy the confidence and glory you are so proud of. I'll let you die in endless despair and fear. The Volcano King laughed wildly. He did not believe that Ling Xiao's 4th heaven of the immortal grade martial skill at the initial level could resist his undying bird sword. The undying bird sword was not a weapon, but a very powerful move. Naturally, there would be very serious consequences for him to use his cultivation level. But he did not care. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he could bear the consequences. Die! The Volcano King roared. The undying bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Ling Xiao at an unimaginable speed. Kill! Ling Xiao did not dodge, nor did he use the so-called boring tricks. He waved the demon dragon sword and faced the attack. The true devil sword formation had already been formed, so he had to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control it after a long time. Terrifying devil chi surged and formed dreadful devil clouds in the sky. The entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent and crazy sword chi. The ground had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It was obvious that even the heavens were shocked by this battle. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded in the void. The people standing on the ground felt their bodies begin to shake violently. His heart trembled violently. The true devil sword array and the undying bird sword finally collided. Black flames and evil devil chi instantly filled the entire valley. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the valley. Chi, chi, chi! The sound of energy colliding could be heard continuously. The true devil sword formation and the undying bird sword were in a stalemate. No one was willing to yield to the other, and no one was willing to submit to the other. The terrifying energies were all trying to destroy each other. The ground began to collapse and crack open. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Many martial artists, because they weren't paying attention, actually fell into the cracks in the earth, falling into the bottomless abyss. Monster! 2 monsters! This kind of battle is simply too terrifying. The fourth prince muttered to himself. The others were also dumbfounded. Whether it was the undying bird sword or the true devil sword array, they were both so powerful and so terrifying. Both sides wanted to destroy each other, but neither could destroy the other. On the contrary, everything around them was destroyed. The valley, which used to be like a paradise, was a tourist attraction of the royal family. Now, it was almost a ruin. A ball of energy formed between the two experts, illuminating their faces, making them look somewhat strange. Through this terrifying energy field, the two looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. No matter what, either one of them died, or the other died. In this battle, either one of them was killed, or both of them died. In short, it seemed unlikely that it would end without anyone dying. Ling Xiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A confident and cold voice burst out of the Volcano King's mouth. He believed that he could defeat Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. It's still not certain whose death it is. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and indifferent. However, it was still difficult to hide the joy in his heart. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had begun to crazily increase in this collision. It had actually increased to 10%. Although it was gradually slowing down, this increase really made him incomparably excited. No, it must be the anniversary of your death. The Volcano King sneered. Using such a powerful move, you should have completely exhausted your inner strength. And this king still has 30 to 40% of his inner strength left. This battle has already been decided. No matter what, you can't defeat this king. You're overconfident. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent, as if nothing could make him panic. Overconfident? Then this king will show you that this king's strength is far more than this. The Volcano King laughed wildly. The volcano martial spirit behind him spat out a pitch-black magma dragon. It roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Although this black magma dragon's power was slightly inferior to the undying bird sword, it was not weak at all. At the very least, it was much stronger than the Volcano Crown Prince's magma dragon. Hee hee, it's really going to end. Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher level, but after all, the gap between his cultivation and the Volcano King's was large, so his inner strength was definitely inferior to the Volcano King's. At this time, the Volcano King could still use other methods to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to fight back. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The fourth prince revealed an excited expression. Perhaps the final result would be as he had imagined. These two people would perish together. In this way, he could benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Looking at the magma dragon, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. That's right, it was excitement. Great, continue to become stronger. As long as you continue to become stronger, I can also continue to become stronger. He looked excitedly at the magma dragon. The Cerberus behind him roared and then pounced forward to fight with the magma dragon. However, the Cerberus was obviously not the magma dragon's match. Tyrannical blood demonic dragon, black eagle, 9 snake generals, attack together. Ling Xiao ordered. The 3 beast souls flew out at the same time and joined forces with the Cerberus to attack the magma dragon. They finally managed to resist. Impossible. How do you still have inner strength to drive your martial spirit? The Volcano King's expression changed drastically. His only hope of victory was that Ling Xiao's inner strength had been exhausted, and it was impossible for him to fight against him. However, Ling Xiao did not show any signs of inner strength exhaustion at all. Is your inner strength that bad just because your cultivation is low? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm not afraid to tell you that purely in terms of accumulation, my inner strength is not inferior to a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang stage. Chapter 29-25. That's impossible! The Volcano King panicked. Originally, he thought that his plan was perfect, but now, there was a flaw. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Nothing is impossible. I see that your strength stops here. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao felt that when the energy in his cultivation C increased to 20%, it had completely stopped. This meant that the increase brought to him by the Volcano King was basically gone. Therefore, he decided to end this battle. End? Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you have more inner strength than me? My undying bird sword is even more powerful than yours. The Volcano King roared. Is that so? Then I'll make him weaker. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The 4-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with a strange light. Soul absorption. At that moment, the Volcano King fell into a momentary daze. However, he instantly returned to normal. Kid, I didn't expect you to use such a trick. But I've already said that this is a boring trick. It's useless against me. The Volcano King roared as he poured the remaining inner strength in his body into the undying bird sword. At that moment, the undying bird sword clearly became stronger. Its power actually had the tendency to suppress the true devil sword formation. I know it's useless against you, but it's only used to buy time. Tyrant blood demon dragon blood curse. Sun god's theurgy, bloodthirsty plague. During the soul absorption process, Ling Xiao had already prepared his real trump card. After the demon dragon blood curse was used, the Volcano King's expression changed drastically. The beds on his body became the outlets for his qi and blood to continuously flow out. The undying bird sword in his hand did not seem to be so powerful. The power of bloodline was most afraid of the qi and blood surging. And the demon dragon blood curse was aimed at this. Of course, this was not enough. The bloodthirsty plague was the most terrifying existence of the Volcano King. Originally, most martial artists would leave a part of their inner strength in their body, just in case. In this way, the bloodthirsty plague could be contained and not be able to unleash its full potential. However, just now, in order to quickly defeat Ling Xiao, the Volcano King had completely integrated the remaining internal energy in his body into the Phoenix Sword. In other words, his body was completely defenseless. Die! This time, it's the real end. The bloodthirsty plague had broken out. The Volcano King's body completely collapsed in an instant. His meridians had been completely infected by the plague. He couldn't even control the Phoenix Sword. The undying bird sword was gradually extinguished. The true devil sword formation finally gained the upper hand. No! No! This is impossible! The Volcano King roared and howled. However, it could not affect the occupation at all. The terrifying True Devil Sword formation completely defeated the weakened Undying Bird Sword and then blasted onto the body of the Volcano King. The Volcano King's body had long been tortured beyond recognition by the bloodthirsty plague. After being struck by the True Devil Sword formation, it actually began to fall apart. They turned into pieces of debris that danced in the air in the valley. The warriors of the volcano country stared at this scene in a daze. Everyone's face was ashen. The fourth prince also collapsed on the ground. The Volcano King was defeated and Ling Xiao won. This was the worst result. It was over. Everything was over. With Ling Xiao's personality, how could he spare him? In the valley, the explosion continued. The aftermath of the attack just now did not stop. Under the cover of the explosion, no one noticed that the black flames on the ground began to extend and actually reached the feet of the thousands of warriors of the volcano country. Boom! Finally, the first warrior suddenly burst into flames. He didn't even have time to scream. The second. The third. As the number of warriors burned to death increased, Ling Xiao finally found something wrong. But it was already too late. Thousands of warriors were completely swallowed by the black flames. Then, a huge undying bird appeared on the ground. Nirvana Rebirth. This was the so-called Nirvana Rebirth. This was too evil, wasn't it? It actually used so many people's lives as nourishment. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the resurrection of the phoenix. Gradually, the phoenix condensed into the appearance of the Volcano King, and then looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You don't know, right? Every time I rebirth, my strength will double. His voice was filled with incomparable madness and coldness. You killed me once, and I can still be reborn. Now it's your turn to die. Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. Relying on the blood essence of others to be reborn, this is your so-called Nirvana Rebirth, right? Then today, every time you're reborn, I'll kill you once. Facing such scum, Ling Xiao was already too lazy to continue fighting. He wanted to use his most powerful combat power to resolve all disputes. Boom! Behind him, all the martial spirits disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the vast and desolate universe. He finally used it. He used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Although he didn't transform into a beast spirit, nor did he release any other martial spirits, he stood there as if he was above everything. Even Yufanghua couldn't help but want to kneel down. What is this? Yufanghua was extremely shocked. The Volcano King was even more shocked. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Volcano King, revealing a disdainful smile. Originally, I really disdained to use this trump card to deal with you. But what you did made me feel disgusted. I don't want to fight with you anymore. So, you can go to hell now. As he spoke, Ling Xiao raised his hand, and the demon dragon sword in his hand danced again. But this time, he didn't use the true demon sword array of the fourth heaven of the immortal grade. Instead, he used the first heaven of the immortal grade, Shadow Sword Demon. But now, it was enhanced by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Sky Tyrant, Shadow Sword Demon. A cold voice was released from Ling Xiao's mouth. A huge black shadow flew out from the Sky Tyrant universe. With an unstoppable power, it hit the Volcano King in an instant. The Volcano King's body, which had just been condensed, fell apart again. No! I will be back. That's right, he did come back. However, when he resurrected for the second time, Ling Xiao still killed him with a sword. It was just that he used the descent of the Black Immortal. Different moves, but the effect was the same. The third time, the moment the Volcano King resurrected, he knelt on the ground. I don't want to die again, it's too painful, please spare me. Although it was said that he could be reborn. But every time he was reborn, he had to experience a pain worse than death. Moreover, he had just absorbed the vitality of thousands of people, and now it had been exhausted. It was impossible for him to be resurrected for the fourth time. So he had to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao's face was as cold as before. Can't you resurrect? As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword again. The Volcano King's face was filled with grief. He finally died completely. Chapter 29-26. The dragon talisman absorbed the corpse of the Volcano King and transformed its bloodline into Ling Xiao's body. Regardless of whether it would be useful in the future, the bloodline power of the undying bird had terrifying potential. It was integrated into every cell. It would be of great benefit to Ling Xiao's cultivation in the future. Also, with this bloodline power, Ling Xiao also had the ability to be reborn. This ability was very evil and repulsive. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use it normally. But if he was surrounded and hunted by thousands of troops, he would rather be evil. Therefore, this Nirvana rebirth was not completely useless. Coupled with the life backtrack ability, it was equivalent to another layer of protection for his life. Since you can't use the bloodline power of the undying bird correctly, then let me have it. Ling Xiao coldly watched the Volcano King being quickly refined by the ancient hellfire and the dragon talisman. In the end, not even a trace of him was left. When the fourth prince and the remaining members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family saw this scene, they were so scared that they couldn't move. Dead? The Volcano King died just like that. After 3 Nirvana rebirths, he still died in the hands of Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is a little too scary. The Volcano King, the Volcano Crown Prince, Fire Rain, the Grand Minister, and the 7 generals. These were the top experts of the Volcano Kingdom. They came to the 8 Immortals' kingdom in high spirits, trying to kill Ling Xiao and gain control of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. But they didn't expect that they would all die here. You all will be buried with them! Ling Xiao looked into the distance and waved his hand. A bright sword chi hit the mountaintop there. All the remaining members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family, including the 4th prince, were killed. He withdrew the Sky Tyrant Marshal's soul and hid his aura again. Then, he looked at a certain place in the dense forest. Fanghua, come out! I know you're there. Ling Xiao believed in his relationship with the Moon Maiden and Yu Fanghua. This was not the kind of shallow relationship that was formed after meeting a few times. The relationship between the two of them had been forged through life and death. Even if Yu Fanghua saw his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it didn't matter. Moreover, he purposely let Yu Fanghua see it. He could feel Yu Fanghua's anxiety. That was a lack of confidence in him and fear of the Eternal Palace. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to let Yu Fanghua know that as long as he was given enough time, he could definitely become the peak of the Black Tortoise continent and surpass the Eternal Life Palace. The man I fancy is indeed extraordinary. Yu Fanghua walked out with a bitter smile on her face. But you must never expose this kind of thing in front of the Eternal Life Palace's martial artists. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Of course I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Be happy. Even if the people from the Immortal Palace come and I'm not their match now, I'll snatch you back from their hands in the future. You are my, Ling Xiao's, woman, I won't allow anyone else to have you. He is not an arrogant person. On the contrary, he is very clear that with his current strength, it is almost impossible to fight against the Eternal Life Palace. Now, he can only pray that the people from the Eternal Life Palace will not discover them. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is impossible to keep Yu Fanghua. The two of them returned to Thunder City. The Volcano King's storage ring and the things inside were completely destroyed in the battle, so nothing was left. However, this guy's country is now Ling Xiao's. After returning to Thunder City, Ling Xiao immediately sent people to inform Qin Kangmang to dispatch troops to the Volcano Country. Without the Volcano King and other experts, the Volcano Country was simply unable to withstand a single blow. In less than 7 days, those who surrendered and those who were defeated were all killed. The Volcano Country that used to be more powerful than the Qin Country suddenly became the territory of the 8 Immortals Country. Although there are still some people stubbornly resisting, it is only a small problem. There is no need for Ling Xiao to worry about them. During these 7 days, Ling Xiao did not cultivate. Instead, he brought Yu Fanghua back to the 8 Immortals County City in Ascension Town. He is going to leave and may not return for a long time. When it is time to see his friends and family, he naturally has to see them. He also went to pay respects to his father. At the same time, he also took back the treasure that he buried near Ascension Town before entering the reincarnation cycle. He did not take it before because he was not strong enough. Now that he took it back, it will naturally be useful. The spirit stones he buried there are not a small number. The one who is different is Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin has been in seclusion all this time. After obtaining the kiln fire core, he also obtained the undying bird's flames bestowed upon him by Ling Xiao. Xiao Jin decided to cultivate with all his might. This is because he feels that the gap between him and Ling Xiao has widened. With such a large gap, how can he protect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao has helped him complete his revenge plan. Next, he will help Ling Xiao complete his plan to unify the Black Tortoise continent. At this time, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua have already returned to Thunder Capital. In the Thunder Capital Palace, Ling Xiao is looking at a map. After leaving the Qin Empire, he will go directly to the most suitable of the 9 Supremes, the Sword Dynasty. The 9 Supremes are Dazzling Palace, Mystic Snake Demon Sect, Heavenly King Gate, 7-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Sword Dynasty, Fire Dynasty, Ice Dynasty, and Myriad Kingdoms. Of these 9 forces, the first 5 all have enmity with him. And of the latter 4, only the Sword Dynasty is most suitable for him. Although it is a little further away than the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, he still plans to go there. At the very least, he can develop there. Otherwise, if he goes to an enemy place, he will probably be destroyed before he can do anything. Ling Xiao, although I believe in your strength, recently I feel more and more danger approaching. Perhaps we really will have to part ways here. Next, I will tell you something very important. You must remember it well. Yu Fanghua suddenly said. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know. I keep feeling uneasy. I'm afraid that the people who came to find me have already arrived at the 8 Immortals Nation. I can't let you and your 8 Immortals Nation suffer a calamity because of me. After all, the people of the Palace of Immortality have the ability to easily destroy a small nation. Yu Fanghua said seriously. Listen to me now. The place you are now is called the Western region of the Black Tortoise continent. In fact, it has another name, the Land of Exile. This is because resources are scarce and the area is small. It is also the place where the prisoners of the other 4 regions are exiled. After coming here, it is very difficult to return to the other 4 regions. Why? Didn't you go back? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Yu Fanghua explained. I can go back because I'm strong enough. As for the martial artists who were exiled here, most of their cultivations have been crippled, and here, it is impossible to reach their former cultivation. Therefore, it is basically impossible to go back. Of course, there are exceptions. Those are some people with extraordinary talent who break through the limits of the region and finally step out of the land of exile, passing through the dangerous and forbidden land of death. Chapter 29-27. Forbidden Area of Death? I've heard of many such places. Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent all have similar places. Is the Forbidden Area of Death and Black Tortoise Continent very scary? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, it's very scary. Warriors who haven't reached the 18 levels of hell will die if they enter. Unless there's an expert escorting them. Yu Fanghua reminded. That's why it's also called the Forbidden Area of Life, Warrior's Grave and so on. 18 levels of hell. Ling Xiao frowned. With his cultivation, he was still far from being able to do that. It seemed that he could only go to Sword Dynasty first. After his cultivation had increased to a certain level, he would go to the Rio Black Tortoise Continent through the Forbidden Area of Death. It was also the so-called 4 Great Regions. Ling Xiao had read in books that the Divine Grimoire was located in one of the 4 Great Regions. It was also called the Golden Heavenly Country or Golden Heavenly Region. And the place where the Eternal Life Palace was located was the largest of the 4 Great Regions, the Eternal Emperor Region. Any one of the 4 great regions was dozens of times larger than the Western region. So it was not wrong to say that the Western region was only a corner of Black Tortoise continent. On the map, the Western region was only a small corner. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was already very fast, in reality, in this small corner, he still couldn't be said to be the overlord. "They're here!" Yu Fanghua's body suddenly trembled. She looked up the sky in horror. A terrifying energy came from afar, as if it was going to destroy the entire Thunder Palace in an instant. "Why are they the ones who came?" Yu Fanghua cried out in horror. "What's wrong, Fanghua?" Ling Xiao also felt the seriousness of the situation. That terrifying energy, although still far away, was already pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. "It's too unfortunate. The people who came to capture me are from the Wang Quan family." Yu Fenghua's body trembled as she suddenly rushed out of the palace. Ling Xiao also followed. "Ling Xiao, go back. Remember, don't come out. I will try my best to lure them to another place." Yu Fanghua shouted. "It's useless. I can feel the anger of this power. This time, they didn't come just to take you away. They also want to kill me." Ling Xiao shook his head. In terms of comprehension of power, he might be even better than the people of the Eternal Palace. "What should we do?" Yu Fanghua panicked. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing the girl so flustered. "Salad." Ling Xiao suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry. Thunder City has layers of array formation set up by me and my Yuan Venerate Master. Even if the people from the Eternal Life Palace came, they wouldn't be able to break through them. You underestimate them too much," Yu Fanghua shouted. "Maybe. If even our formation can't withstand it, then I'll just let them kill me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He could still use his life reversal. However, he also knew that doing so would be very dangerous. If the other party didn't leave during the life reversal, then he would really be in trouble. However, he had no other choice now. He couldn't escape. He couldn't fight, so he could only face it calmly. "I'll die with you." Yu Fanghua gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't you say that we were lovers who lived and died together in our previous life?" "That's right, but I can't promise you that. In your past life, you had no choice but to reincarnate because of me. In this life, I definitely can't let you get killed because of me. Don't worry, I won't die." This was the first time Ling Xiao had lied to Yu Fanghua. In fact, he was very confident in facing any other enemy. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape and he wouldn't die. However, the enemy this time was too strong. He didn't have any confidence that he could survive. Everything could only be left to fate. This was the reality. Since he was destined to die, he wouldn't be afraid. He just had to be calm. "Do you know who's coming?" Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. "You just said it's someone from the Wang Quan clan?" Ling Xiao thought for a while. "That's right. The Wang Quan clan is one of the rulers of the Eternal Palace. They are very powerful. Even our Yu clan has to give them face. Of course, this isn't the key point. The key point is that the eldest son of the Wang Quan clan, Wang Quan Tianming, is already engaged to me. It's my parents' order and matchmaker's words. It's not my choice. However, the Wang Quan clan will definitely not allow me to be with other men," Yu Fanghua said miserably. "Once you die and I'm still alive, then I'll marry Wang Quan Tianming. Are you willing? As long as you can live, you can marry anyone." "I'm willing. I'm willing my ass. I'm not that noble. You're the woman that I, Ling Xiao, have set my eyes on. I won't allow you to be forced to marry others, even if you agree. I'm just that domineering. How about it? Hee, you really didn't disappoint me. Now I know that you really care about me and really want to be with me. Since that's the case, you must survive. I'll try my best to stall for time, but at most 3 years. If you still can't appear in the Eternal Palace within 3 years, then I'll commit suicide." Yu Fanghua wiped her tears and said with a smile. At the same time, she took out something from her storage ring. "This is the Eternal Blood Jade that only exists in the Eternal Palace. There are only 10 pieces in total. It can increase a martial artist's cultivation speed by 2 times. Take it. Perhaps you can come find me sooner. Ling Xiao looked at the eternal blood jade and shook his head. Compared to me, you need it more. His cultivation method was different from ordinary martial artists. He had to constantly stimulate his potential in battle. This eternal blood jade basically had no effect on him. However, Yu Fanghua was different. With this thing, she could better protect herself. Yu Fanghua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire Thunder Capital. Dark clouds covered the sky above Thunder Capital and thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky turned gloomy in an instant. 2 people appeared in the sky. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The other was a young man who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. However, both of their auras were extremely powerful. Even with Ling Xiao's Taiji eye, he actually couldn't see through their cultivation bases. It was as if they had completely merged with the sky and earth, which was terrifying. They can actually use their own internal power to change the sky and earth. The people of the Eternal Palace are indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. He finally understood what kind of powerhouse he was facing. Just as Yu Fanghua had said, the array formation of Thunder Capital wasn't worth mentioning in the eyes of such a powerhouse. After all, a Yuan Venerate was just a spirit body, and his cultivation base was still too weak. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao almost lose his footing in the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The strange weather caused many people in Thunder Capital to come out and look up at the sky. Chapter 29-28 Wang Quanzheng! Wang Quan Tianxiao! You don't have to show off your strength in this small country of the western regions, right? Yu Fanghua frowned and released a powerful aura from her body that completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Her strength was completely unleashed at this moment. She was indeed much stronger than that young man called Wang Quan Tianxia. However, compared to Wang Quanjing, there was a huge gap. Ha ha ha, niece Fanghua, if you are willing to obediently return with us, then everything will be easy to handle. They are just a bunch of ants. Why would I lower myself to their level? Wang Quanjing laughed loudly and had no intention of restraining his aura. Instead, he released an even more terrifying aura. Thunder City's array began to activate and protect everything in Thunder City. I didn't expect that there would be such an array master in this remote and desolate place. How rare! Wang Quanjing was slightly surprised. However, he immediately smiled. It's a pity that although the array was set up well, the cultivation of the person who set it up was too weak and couldn't fully unleash the power of the array. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his palm. As if the heavens were pressing down, it directly blasted on top of the array. The formation shattered like an eggshell, and many of the buildings in the Thunder Capital were destroyed. Many people died in an instant. Stop! I'll go back with you! Seeing this miserable scene, Yu Fanghua shouted loudly. She had no other choice but to go back with Wang Quanjing. Ha ha, that's right. Actually, I don't have the slightest interest in these ants. You should have expressed your stance earlier. If you had done so earlier, these people wouldn't have to die. Wang Quanjing laughed out loud. However, I don't care about the other ants, but this man must die. He pointed at Ling Xiao, who was using all his strength to protect Thunder City. Although Ling Xiao had used all his strength in the attack just now, it only reduced the number of casualties. He couldn't protect everyone. Furthermore, even he was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from all over his body. Why? Yu Fanghua asked angrily. Because he dared to stop me from killing those ants. Just based on this point, he must die, Wang Quan said casually. To him, those who stood in his way had committed a heinous crime, and they deserved to die. It sounded unreasonable, but this was the logic of the strong. If you dare to touch him, I will kill myself. Yu Fanghua looked at Wang Quanjing coldly. That's right, her strength is not as good as Wang Quanjingwa, but if she wanted to commit suicide, Wang Quanjingwa would not be able to stop her. If he died, Not only would Wang Quan be unable to answer to his son, Wang Quan Tianming, he would also be unable to answer to the Palace Lord of the Eternal Life Palace. You actually like this ant? Wang Quanjing's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. His background, his strength, they are all so lowly and lowly. Even the lowest servant of the Eternal Life Palace was stronger than him. Yet you like such a lowly piece of trash? Don't you know that your parents have already betrothed you to my son, Wang Quan Tianming? You know Tianming's strength the best. Be it his background, strength, or innate temperament, he far surpasses this ant. Facing such insults, Ling Xiao was not angry. Because the other party was strong, they had the qualifications to insult and humiliate him. If one day his strength was above this person, he would also use the same method to treat this person. No! 10 times. 100-fold. Such insults would only make him stronger and work harder. That's right, he is just an ant. Why do you have to feel sorry for him? I don't like him, it's just that he once saved my life. We, the people of the Eternal Life Palace, never owe favors. Today, I will return this favor, so what if I let him live? Don't tell me that you, the dignified Wang Quan Jingma, the patriarch of the Wang Quan clan, will actually be afraid of a small ant? Yu Fanghua looked at Wang Quan Jingma and mocked. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, our Wang Quan clan will be afraid of such an insignificant ant? So what if we let him live? A piece of trash like him, I'm afraid he will never be able to leave the western region, the land of exile. Wang Quan Jingma laughed loudly, laughing very disdainfully. When Yu Fanghua heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. She did not say anything, but the look in her eyes said everything. She was not willing to leave Ling Xiao, but for Ling Xiao to live, she could not be willful. Ling Xiao also stared at her. His heart was in pain, so painful that it made him go crazy. It was more painful than death. But he knew that there was only hope if he was alive. Now, he had to endure. The other party was definitely not in existence that he could fight against. A short separation was the beginning of a reunion. Ling Xiao swore that he would step on the road to the Eternal Life Palace in the shortest time possible, and take back everything that belonged to him from the Eternal Life Palace fair and square, including his women and the dignity that he had lost. Today, he had lost face because he was not strong enough. So, he had to become stronger. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Tianxia, let's go! Wang Quan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then looked at the corpses all over Thunder City, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then, he took Yu Fanghua and Wang Quan Tianxia and disappeared into the distant sky. Ling Xiao stared at the three of them as they disappeared into the distance. Master, I can't accept this. He had already told himself that he had to endure and wait. However, Ling Xiao, who had always been arrogant, would not allow such an outcome. His women had been taken away, and hundreds of civilians in Thunder City had also been killed. If the people of the Eternal Life Palace did not pay a price, he would definitely not tolerate this. You have to endure even if you can't accept this, the Yuan Venerate said. But I can't. Ling Zhao's previous calmness was gone. He was about to explode when he thought about what had happened today. You have to endure even if you can't. Remember today's pain and return it tenfold when the time comes. The Yuan Venerate knew the pain and anger in Ling Zhao's heart. He was residing in Ling Zhao's spirit realm and was very clear about the changes in Ling Zhao's emotions. Ling Xiao had only been as angry as he was today when the Moon Lady had been forced to reincarnate because of him. At the time, Ling Xiao had been bedeviled. This time, Ling Xiao was showing signs of bedeviling again. However, even if he was bedeviled, he still wouldn't be a match for Wang Quan Jingma or Wang Quan Tianxia. The Yuan Venerate was very clear about this. Therefore, he had asked Ling Xiao to endure and to let Ling Xiao remain calm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face stiffened. Oh no! He looked at the sky and saw a figure arrive above Thunder City in an instant. The person who had arrived was Wang Quan Tianxia. It was Wang Quan Jingma's second son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Fanghua had already fainted. Little girl, I'm sorry. I'm a very cautious person. Even if he is an ant, I will still turn him into ashes. Chapter 29:29. Wan Quan revealed a sinister smile on his face. His order to Wan Quan under heaven was, "Destroy Thunder City and kill Ling Xiao." He waited here with Yufanghua. In order to prevent Yufanghua from committing suicide, he had already knocked her out. Back at Thunder City, Wan Quan under heaven looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You're not even comparable to an ant. You actually dare to snatch my elder brother's woman. Today, the entire Thunder City will be buried with you. You should be satisfied." As he spoke, his aura enveloped the entire Thunder City. The common people trembled in fear and looked at the terrifying expert in the sky in despair. They didn't understand why the people of the Eternal Life Palace wanted to kill them. They didn't do anything wrong. Ling Xiao's heart also sank to the bottom of the valley. Although Wan Quan under heaven wasn't as strong as Wan Quan under heaven and Yufanghua, he was still much stronger than him. This gap was something he couldn't determine with his Tai Chi eye. "You just want my life, Ling Xiao. Why implicate innocent people?" Ling Xiao had life rewind, so he still had a chance to come back to life. But what about the others? In Thunder City, there was his master, Chen Bai, and many of his good friends. His close comrade, Xiao Jin, was also there. He didn't want them to die. It was just convenient. Wan Quan under heaven's expression was extremely cold, as if he didn't treat these creatures on the ground as humans. Convenient? Ling Xiao was furious. Just because it was convenient, they wanted to kill tens of millions of people in Thunder City. The people of the Eternal Life Palace were a bit too overbearing. He, Ling Xiao, was overbearing and never killed innocent people. But Wan Quan under heaven didn't care at all. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that something in his body had awakened. In the universe of Tyrant, something crawled out of a black hole. It was dark, evil, and made people tremble. "You're Ling Xiao, right? Before you die, let me tell you a good thing. My brother, Wan Quan Tianming, is a peerless genius who inherited an eternal beast soul. In the future, the position of the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace would belong to him. On the other hand, Yufanghua was just a political tool. Of course, this tool was very, very beautiful. It could still be used. You don't know what an eternal beast soul is, do you? This Black Tortoise continent was once controlled by the 12 beast gods, but later on, all of them were killed. Can you guess what did it? That's right, the Eternal Beast. The Eternal Beast is immortal and indestructible, but it was turned into a beast soul by my elder brother, achieving the true eternal body. Yufanghua is barely worthy of him. As for you, you will only be an unknown ant that no one knows of, and will die in the western region." "Ha ha ha ha!" King of the World laughed crazily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was even angrier. As the anger continued to accumulate, the pitch-black figure in the Sky Tyrant universe grew larger. The horrifying evil aura actually made the Taotai behemoth feel fear. The Yuan Venerate was also trembling. He remembered very clearly that this evil aura had appeared a long time ago, when Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Hutu. However, it had been very weak. Today, it was so strong that it was unbearable. The Yuan Venerate felt as if his soul was about to shatter. King of the World was very terrifying. However, it was simply not worth mentioning in the face of this evil power. The Yuan Venerate could not figure out how such a terrifying power could exist in Ling Xiao's body. He could only hope that this power would not destroy Ling Xiao. "Alright, I've said enough nonsense. Next, I will let you witness with your own eyes how your so-called subjects will die." King of the World revealed a sinister smile. Then, he raised his right hand gently. A terrifying palm descended from the sky. In just an instant, everything around Ling Xiao was destroyed in an instant. Thunder Capital was completely turned into ruins. Chen Bai, Mu Qing, and Xiao Jin were dead. Everyone was dead. Ling Xiao's anger had finally reached its peak. In the Sky Tyrant universe, the humanoid shadow had finally crawled out of the black hole. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his eyes were bigger than any galaxy. His entire body was pitch black and exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. No! Ling Xiao roared furiously. Both of his eyes were completely scarlet. Ha ha ha! That's how it is. Be angry and roar. Then you will realize that everything you have done is useless. King of the World seemed to be enjoying the expression on Ling Xiao's face. He really enjoyed seeing other people in pain and anger. Is it very fun? A voice so cold that even Ling Xiao himself found it unfamiliar suddenly rang out from his mouth. Around his body, a black light appeared. The entire sky was dyed black by this light. His eyes seemed to be emotionless. They had turned from scarlet to an icy white. They were like 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old ice. Despair and coldness radiated from his body. King of the World was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. Illusion, it must be an illusion. It was only the land of the western regions. What could such an ant do? Well, it's time to send you away. Father will reprimand me for wasting time. He raised his right hand again and gathered the terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. But this time, his target was not Lei Do but Ling Xiao. Die, ant! You can only blame yourself for falling in love with a woman you shouldn't love. However, the moment his voice fell, the ant in his eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Their noses were almost touching each other. He had never seen such a terrifying speed. Even his brother could not reach such a terrifying speed. Perhaps the palace master of the Palace of Eternal Life could. But he had never seen it. He hurriedly threw out the attack in his hand. However, the ant in his eyes easily caught the energy in his hand and crushed it. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. A cold voice came out from his mouth, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell! King of the World was really panicking. He came from the Palace of Eternal Life, and the 9 Supremes of the Western region were ants in his eyes. But he did not expect to encounter such a terrifying existence in such a small place. He crazily released his internal force and bombarded his opponent. But such an attack was like a baby's little fist hitting his father's body. It had no effect at all. An expert? Ling Xiao's mouth showed a cold and mocking smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. It seemed to be very slow. King of the World desperately tried to dodge. However, it was useless. His head was still caught by Ling Xiao. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. He had never felt like this since the day he was born. But today, he was afraid. Chapter 29:30. Crack, crack! The sound of his skull being crushed could be heard. Wang Quan's world knew that if this continued, his head would definitely be crushed. He struggled in fear and once again burst out with all his strength. But in that pair of emotionless eyes, his actions were all in vain. Bang, 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 bang! Ling Xiao did not crush him to death. Instead, he grabbed his head and crazily slammed his body on the ground. It was as if he was throwing a sandbag. Wang Quan's eyes had already turned white. There was not a single bone in his body that was intact. Damn it, why is it like this? This shouldn't be. He did not understand. He really did not understand how all of this happened. Why did that guy who looked so weak suddenly become so terrifying? Killing you in front of your father, he must be heartbroken, right? Since you guys are so good at torturing people, I will use the same method to torture you guys. Ling Xiao carried the dying Wang Quan's world and flew away. That direction was where Wang Quan's resting place was. Wang Quan's world was waiting in boredom. Everything here annoyed him. Because the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so scarce, even if he stayed for a minute or a second, he could not stand it. Just killing a piece of trash. Why isn't World's world back yet? Suddenly, he stood up and looked not far away in horror. A guy with black light all over his body appeared there. In his hand, he was carrying the dying Wang Quan's world. Are you looking for him? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You! You actually tortured my son to such a state! Wang Quan's world was extremely shocked and furious. He was shocked that this little ant could become so powerful. He was furious that his son, Wang Quan's world, was beaten so badly. You guys wanted to take Fanghua away. Although I am angry, she is after all a member of the Eternal Palace. I have nothing to say. But you guys destroyed Thunder City and wanted to kill me, cutting off my only hope of reuniting with Fanghua. I can't stand it. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Wang Quan. He raised Wang Quan under the heavens and crushed Wang Quan under the heavens' head like an egg. How dare you! Wang Quan's words were still a step too late. He charged at Ling Xiao furiously, but was sent flying by a heavy punch. In that instant, he understood that although he didn't know what was going on with Ling Xiao, he was definitely no match for him. The moment he was sent flying, he grabbed Yu Fanghua and his son's headless corpse and sped away. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give up. He started to chase. Wang Quan was fleeing as he sent a distress signal to the 9 Supremes. The 9 Supremes had sent experts to intercept Ling Xiao. However, all the experts were killed by Ling Xiao. They had chased and killed all the way. He chased them all the way from the state of Qin to the forbidden land of death. Although Wang Quan was heavily injured, with the 9 Supremes experts stalling for time, he still managed to escape. Ling Xiao didn't manage to step into the forbidden land of death. His sudden increase in strength was already abnormal. It couldn't have lasted for too long. When he felt the power start to fade, Ling Xiao gave up the chase and returned to Thunder City. Before the power faded, he used a large-scale life rewind. With his terrifying strength, the life rewind easily revived all the people in Thunder City who had been killed by Wang Quan under the heavens. This was the ultimate life rewind. Even if they had been dead for more than a day, they could still be revived. Even if there were more than 100 million people, they could still be revived easily. After reviving everyone, Ling Xiao collapsed. All the people who had been revived felt like they had seen an immortal the moment they woke up. They knew that it was Ling Xiao who had saved them. In front of such terrifying power, the fear brought by Wang Quan under the heavens and Wang Quan under the heavens was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao fainted and was brought to Demon Dragon City by Chen Bai to rest. Since Thunder City had been destroyed, it was necessary to move temporarily. Anyway, as long as he was alive, the same Thunder City would soon be built again. What happened today pushed Ling Xiao's position in the 8 Immortals nation to the extreme. People no longer treated him as an ordinary person, but as an immortal, a god. In his sleep, Ling Xiao's body was undergoing a shocking change. The most mysterious and evil existence that came from the deepest part of the tyrannical universe gave him temporary strength, but also made his body and soul undergo a fundamental change. As a result, his 12 divine beast positions had become even more powerful and of a higher grade than before. Whether it was evil or good, everything of the tyrannical martial spirit already belonged to Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao was too weak, so he couldn't bear this powerful force at all. Even a trace of it was enough to benefit him immensely. His whole body, from every cell to every soul unit, it was baptized by this trace of power. Even his beast souls and bloodline power were completely cleansed by this trace of power. He was reborn and strengthened terrifyingly. The strengthened cell's ability to store energy was greatly improved. The speed of releasing energy was also greatly improved. This meant that in Ling Xiao's future life as a martial artist, his cultivation speed would continue to accelerate instead of slowing down. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could be stored in his cells and purified. Then it would be turned into potential. In battle, it would be stimulated and burst out, and then his cultivation would increase. His strengthened soul had become incomparably tough. It could be said that no matter what soul technique was used on him, it was basically useless. The power of his soul technique would be dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. His strengthened body had completely absorbed the volcano battle physique. Even now, he couldn't be sure how strong his physical body was. What level of defensive martial technique or battle physique was it equivalent to? When Ling Xiao was sent to Demon Dragon City, he had already woken up. Although his cultivation hadn't increased, he felt that he had become much stronger than before. Originally, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level, and the lower the possibility. It was already rare for Ling Xiao to be able to challenge someone of a higher level than him. It was estimated that after advancing to the first revolution's 14 levels of hell, it would be very difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. However, after this round of strengthening, it was completely different. Ling Xiao believed that in the first revolution's 13 levels of hell, he could definitely challenge someone of a higher level than him. In other words, he was only at the early stage of cultivation now. Even if he didn't use the tyrannical martial spirit, he could still defeat a martial artist at the peak of cultivation. One had to know that previously, he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Volcano King at the late stage of cultivation. Chapter 29:31. As for warriors who were one stage higher than Ling Xiao, he could easily defeat them with his body alone without using his inner strength. This kind of strength made him feel incomparably shocked. "Boss, you're finally awake!" When Ling Xiao woke up, Xiao Jin was by his side. "You broke through?" Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and found that Xiao Jin's current strength had reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. The kiln fire core and the remaining energy in his body had been completely transformed. Ling Xiao was not envious of Xiao Jin's breakthrough. Although Xiao Jin broke through quickly, he needed someone to help him find the corresponding cultivation resources. However, he could constantly improve in battle. In fact, he believed that his current combat strength was still superior to Xiao Jin's. "Xiao Jin, use all your strength to attack me. Other than the Netherworld Yellow Spring Golden Light, any other attack will do." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and suddenly said. Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood Ling Xiao's meaning. No wonder he felt that Ling Xiao's aura had become much stronger. It seemed that Ling Xiao had not been idle while he was unconscious. "Do I really have to use all my strength?" Xiao Jin asked worriedly. "What are you afraid of? Even Wang Quan can't kill me. Are you stronger than him?" Ling Xiao said loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Jin finally made up his mind. He circulated the demonic energy in his body and used all of his power. Then, he suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao, his sharp claws fiercely striking Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao struggled and was sent flying. This scene made Xiao Jin very nervous. He hurriedly flew over to check on the situation, but he heard Ling Xiao's presumptuous laughter. "Ha ha ha, my physical body is at the 6th heaven of the immortal grade under normal conditions. I'm afraid that no one in the western region can hurt me." He stood up. The place where Xiao Jin attacked was not injured at all. Xiao Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. He had originally thought that after his cultivation had increased, he would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. But who would have thought that although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not break through, his strength had increased by such a large margin. Even his all-out attack was unable to break through such a terrifying defense. This was too ridiculous. "Compared to your crazy power from before, this shouldn't be much, right?" Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. "What happened to you previously? I even felt that the power had already surpassed the power of the royal self. Although that power is indeed very strong, it's a pity that I don't know what it is, nor do I know how to use it. Perhaps that power will only awaken when my life is truly threatened. But I don't really want that," Ling Xiao said helplessly. "Why?" Yuan Venerate asked curiously. "Because I can feel that every time that power awakens, my soul will subtly change and become even more evil. I don't want to change at will. Although I'm not great, I don't want to become a heinous bastard," Ling Xiao explained. "Then what you can do is try your best not to suffer the threat of complete despair again." Yuan Venerate completely understood Ling Xiao's thoughts. "Of course I will. Although I killed the royal self, I still let the royal self take Fanhua away in the end. I won't give up just like that. Next, I will use my true power to surpass the Eternal Life Palace. I will make them obediently hand over Fanhua to me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He had no time to grieve. He could only turn his grief into strength. This time, the appearance of that evil power had changed the course of a tragedy. However, this kind of thing could not accompany him every time. Therefore, he could only make himself stronger. "Boss, I will go with you," Xiao Jin said excitedly. "Okay." Ling Xiao nodded. If it had been anyone else, Ling Xiao might have refused, because no one in the Chen nation could keep up with his cultivation speed. However, Xiao Jin was different. As long as there was enough heat, Xiao Jin could continue to grow stronger, and would definitely be his most advantageous helper. "What I'm worried about now is whether the 8 Immortals nation will immediately be attacked crazily by the Eternal Life Palace once I leave," Ling Xiao said with a frown. "If that's the problem, you don't have to worry." Xiao Jin smiled. "Why?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Boss, a lot of things happened in the Black Tortoise continent while you were unconscious. The source of these things was you. Yes, the outside world calls you Black Demon." Xiao Jin shook his head as he spoke. "Black Demon? That's right. Boss, didn't you become like that before? You even chased after the royal self to kill him. In the end, you killed many experts of the 9 Supremes and seriously injured the royal self. Black Demon's reputation spread throughout the western region in an instant. Not only that, according to the news from the Sky Dragon Trading Company, the royal self was intercepted by his enemies after he was injured and almost lost his life. The Eternal Life Palace also encountered trouble. They were jointly attacked by the other 3 regions because the royal self was injured and the royal self was killed. Now, the Eternal Life Palace no longer has the mind to care about this small place. Moreover, they are full of fear for this place. They won't come here to die. So, boss, you have enough time to leave here and continue to become stronger." Xiao Jin said everything in one breath. "No one can say for sure how long the butterfly effect caused by Black Demon will last. So, I can only make myself stronger." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew very well that Black Demon was just a cover. Only when he became stronger could he be considered to have truly become strong. "Let's go, Xiao Jin. After meeting my master, we will set off for the Sword Dynasty." Ling Xiao got up and walked outside. At this time, he met Chen Bai, who came to see him. Xiao Muyu and Mu Qing also followed. "Ling Xiao, you're awake? That's great." Seeing that Ling Xiao had awakened, the stone in Chen Bai's heart was also lifted. What happened in Thunder City previously was simply shocking. Fortunately, it was all over. "Master, I have to leave. For Fanghua, I must enter the forbidden land of death. Before that, I have to find a way to fight with more experts to improve my strength," Ling Xiao said. "I know, so I won't stop you. But there is something that I have to tell you. The Demon Dragon Sword is actually the treasure of the Demon Dragon Sword Court of the Sword Dynasty. The devil who caused trouble in the past was also a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Since you have the Demon Dragon Sword, you can try to go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Demon Dragon Sword Court is a big force in the Sword Dynasty. If you can successfully join the Demon Dragon Sword Court, your strength will definitely grow faster." "What is the name of that devil?" Ling Xiao asked. No matter whether the other party was a devil or not, he had already inherited the Demon Dragon's sword. He naturally wanted to know the other party's name. Chapter 2932. Boss, the territory of the Sword Dynasty is up ahead. A few days later, Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He and Xiao Jin also arrived at the border of the Sword Dynasty. "Sword Dynasty, I'm coming!" Ling Xiao clenched his fists. This would be a brand new beginning, but he would never forget what he had to do. But if he wanted to find Yu Fanghua and take revenge on the Wang family, he had to become stronger. He had to keep getting stronger. "Boss, are you really going to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court?" Xiao Jin suddenly asked. "Not necessarily. Master is just suggesting." I won't go there easily before figuring out the situation of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Although a sect was a stepping stone for Ling Xiao to quickly improve his strength, it didn't mean that he had to join it. So he wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. While talking, the man and beast had already stepped into the border of the Sword Dynasty. Although the border town was small, it was very lively. Ling Xiao planned to rest here and inquire about the situation of the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with this place. Sitting in a tea house, Ling Xiao ordered a few buns and a pot of tea. Then he and Xiao Jin began to eat. The energy in the food was beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. It was also very important for warriors. Although it didn't matter if he didn't eat it, there was no harm in eating it. But as soon as he sat down, he felt a terrifying pressure. A few experts suddenly appeared around him. Although these people were dressed differently, they all had a cloak hanging behind them. On the cloak, there was a big word sword. Ling Xiao found that his cultivation was definitely the worst among these people. The Sword Dynasty was indeed the Sword Dynasty. It was indeed more powerful than a place like the Qin State. It was one of the 9 most powerful forces in the western region. It was not an exaggeration. Bang! A table was suddenly flipped over. For some reason, a warrior wearing a cloak with the word sword on it flipped over a few people who had just arrived at the border town like Ling Xiao. Sir, aren't you going too far? Naturally, those people found it hard to accept that the table was flipped over. One had to know that each of their cultivations were around the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. Such strength was definitely at the top in places like the Qin Nation and the Volcano Nation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to endure such vexation. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers while the other party was only 1 person. Why would they be afraid? Too much? The worst is yet to come. The person wearing the cloak with the word sword suddenly attacked and pierced the throat of the person who spoke. That person died on the spot. Die! Someone died! The rest of the martial artists were so scared that their faces changed drastically. Do you know how powerful I am now? All martial artists in the Sword Dynasty must register. You newcomers, no matter where you came from, no matter how arrogant you were in the past, when you come here, you are all fledglings. Whoever dares to cause trouble will end up like him. The killer was very cold and arrogant. He pointed at the killed warrior and said loudly, "Let me explain the rules to you newcomers. The martial artists in the Sword Dynasty are all under the control of the Heavenly Sword Hall, and the Heavenly Sword Hall is directly under the Sword Emperor. Every martial artist who belongs to the Heavenly Sword Hall can get a cloak like this and a token. Prove that you are willing to swear allegiance to the Sword Dynasty." The killer sneered and then called out, "Those who are eating, put down your food and gather here. We want to check your tokens." Hearing such a domineering voice, Ling Xiao realized that he might have come to a place even crueler than the Qin Nation. All the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty had to register at the Heavenly Sword Hall. This was equivalent to belonging to the Imperial Court. Perhaps even their identity and freedom would be restricted. "Boss, what should we do?" Xiao Jin asked. "Let's take a look first. Since we are here, let's take things as they come. As long as the request is not too excessive, we can agree." Coming to an unknown place and facing a group of powerful martial artists, Ling Xiao was very cautious. He did not want to die because of his carelessness. If that happened, what would happen to Yufenghua? What about his 8 Immortals' kingdom? What about his heavenly empire? He followed the others and left the table and walked to the empty space next to them. After the murder incident just now, no one dared to make a fuss. Regardless of whether they were once heroes or cowards, they had to follow the rules of the Heavenly Sword Hall when they came here. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them with contempt, as if they were butchers looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Line up and get your temporary identity token. Everyone has to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A few warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall quickly set up a table. Then, they took out an iron waist token and placed it on the table. One of them said. 1 million low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Although it was nothing to Ling Xiao, it was definitely not cheap to most martial artists. Even a martial artist at the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell would not be able to take out much. Even if they did, they would go bankrupt. They were clearly making things difficult for them. I know that you are all a bunch of poor people. It's easy to do without money. Put your fingerprint on this contract, and use your work to pay off the debt. It's fine as long as you pay it off. Our sword dynasty treats martial artists like you very well. The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall said with a smile. How is this a contract? This is simply a contract to sell my body. What kind of joke is this? I came to the Sword Dynasty to cultivate, not to work for the Heavenly Sword Hall. There was an uproar when he slapped the table. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to observe. It turned out that the contract said that if one pressed their fingerprint, they would have to work for the Sword Dynasty for 100 years. 100 years! Even if a martial artist's lifespan was longer than that of an ordinary person, how many 100 years could they have? Wasn't this just like a slave? You don't want to? Sure, you just have to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall had cold smiles on their faces. I don't have money, and I won't be your slave. The martial artist shouted angrily. I'm not that trash just now. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the 13th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Is it very strong? The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall who killed earlier sneered. When Ling Xiao saw this smile, he knew that the person who resisted was finished. Although the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall were basically all at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, this killer had already reached the early stage of the 14th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Those who couldn't see through his cultivation were definitely going to die. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that there were more than these few martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The stronger ones hadn't shown up yet. These trivial matters were all left to their subordinates to handle. Just in this border town alone, there were more than a dozen martial artists who had reached the 14th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This was simply terrifying. As expected, just as Ling Xiao expected, the person who resisted was directly pierced through the throat and died on the spot. I hope I won't kill a third person. Chapter 29:33. Those who resisted were killed again without the slightest resistance. This caused the martial artists behind to finally become obedient. These proud sons of heaven who came from other places and had good dreams had to be slaves to Sword Dynasty for 100 years. A warrior who could really take out 1 million low-grade spirit stones had not appeared yet. Ling Xiao was too rich, so he did not think much of it. But in fact, most of the warriors at the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm only had a few 100,000 at most. Those who had more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones were either royal nobles or young masters of famous sections. Otherwise, they were pharmacists. But such a warrior did not seem to have appeared yet. Ha ha, this bunch of poor people, if you don't have money, just be obedient and work for Sword Dynasty for 100 years, that's your glory. Don't be shameless. Just like those two who don't know life from death, I don't even remember how many I have killed. So you'd better not provoke me, otherwise, I won't let you live under my sword. The killer did not take human life seriously at all, nor did he take the dignity of the warriors seriously. He even treated it as a joke to others. Captain, you're right, if someone is stupid later, can you let me practice? A guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said with a grin. All right, I'll let you have it. The killer laughed. Although this guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks was ugly, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Observing his aura, he was even stronger than Volcano King. Sure enough, one could not judge a book by its cover. Ling Xiao just looked at all this indifferently. Since he came to Sword Dynasty, it was necessary to have an identity card. Anyway, he had plenty of spirit stones, so there was no need to have a conflict with the other party here. Little guy, are you here to die? At such a young age, you should be drinking milk in your mother's arms. Why did you come to Sword Dynasty? Get lost! If I see you again, I'll kill you immediately. Ling Xiao originally planned to cooperate, but he did not expect that the other party would scold him as soon as he arrived. Sir, my cultivation has reached the 13th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. It doesn't matter how old I am, right? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Since he was already here, it was impossible to make him leave. You must be bragging, the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist said disdainfully. Why are you stopping him? If he wants to die, there are plenty of places in Sword Dynasty. The man who was called the captain and had killed the two warriors glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Yes, Captain. Whatever you say, kid. Tell me your name, your true strength, your place of origin, and what you're good at. The monkey-like man coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Ling Xiao, cultivation at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. Origin, Sky Dragon Continent. What I'm good at is alchemy. Sky Dragon Continent? The barren land furthest away from the immortal court? The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Bullshit! The martial artist captain suddenly roared. Sky Dragon Continent, a remote place. How can there be a martial artist who has entered the cycle of reincarnation? Where did you come from? Tell me the truth, Ling Xiao said helplessly. I'm from the Sky Dragon Continent, but later on, I took a boat to the Divine Phoenix Continent and the White Tiger Continent, and finally entered the cycle of reincarnation in the Black Tortoise Continent. I walked out of Ascension Town as a martial artist from the former Qin Nation, now the Eight Immortals Nation. He had made it clear enough. If the other party still did not believe him, then he would not have the benefactor lol. Lie. Continue lying. The martial artist captain stared at Ling Xiao, revealing a hint of killing intent. Come, tie this kid up and torture him. I don't believe that he won't tell the truth. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was already very cooperative, but the other party was acting very domineering and unreasonable. What he said was the truth, but the other party did not believe him. Because they did not believe him, they wanted to torture him. Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a pushover? He now understood one thing again. In the mystic world, the more cowardly you were, the more others would think that you were easy to bully. It seemed that today's battle was inevitable. All right, Sword Dynasty, let me, Ling Xiao, use you as a whetstone first. Back then, when I was chasing after Wang Quan, you also sent experts to stop me. Now you are making things difficult for me. If I don't kill your people, I, Ling Xiao, would be letting down my cultivation. You'd better understand that everything I said is the truth. Making a rash decision will not benefit you in any way. Ling Xiao's tone became cold. Oh, you still dare to threaten us? The martial artist captain sneered, and then said to the guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. By ho, there's no need to torture him. Just kill him. Let him understand the consequences of offending Sword God Hall and threatening Sword God Hall. You guys are being too unreasonable, Ling Xiao said with a frown. Reason? In the mystic world, the fist is the reason. After coming to Sword Dynasty, you actually dare to reason with our Sword God Hall. How naive and laughable. Bai Ho walked towards Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, killing a martial artist at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell in the Yin Yang realm was as easy as flipping his hand. If he killed him, so be it. Even if he was really wronged, so what? Who asked Ling Xiao's experience to be too bizarre? If the martial artist captain didn't believe him, he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao withdrew from the crowd. Bai Ho also followed him. The rest of the people from Sword God Hall continued their work. No one cared about a brat like Ling Xiao who was still wet behind the ears. In the eyes of the people from Sword God Hall, Bai Ho definitely wouldn't take more than one move to kill this guy called Ling Xiao. Although the rest of the martial artists who didn't have identity tokens were very angry, none of them dared to stand up for Ling Xiao. Because they knew that if they said anything, they would die. The people from Sword God Hall didn't reason with you. They only believed in their fists. The killing of the first two martial artists had already made them tremble in fear. Now that Ling Xiao, this little fellow, was about to be killed because of a groundless crime. All of them were trembling in fear. Regret kept coming. Many people felt that they really shouldn't have come to Sword Dynasty. Who knew that Sword Dynasty was such a place? Sigh, what a pity! That young man shouldn't have lied. Maybe he really didn't lie. It's just that the people from Sword God Hall don't believe him, so he must die. People spoke in low voices, afraid that the people from Sword God Hall would hear them. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was also filled with pity and sympathy. Ling Xiao don't like to kill people. But if someone wants to die, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao's voice was still incomparably firm, but it was even colder than before. I'll say one last thing. Everything I said before is the truth. Chapter 2934. Ling Xiao said calmly. I am just a cultivator at the middle stage of the 13th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. I am not much of a threat to you, right? To others, Ling Xiao sounded like he was begging for mercy. However, only Ling Xiao knew that he was giving the other party a chance. If he killed someone as soon as he arrived at the Sword Dynasty, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. Thus, he hoped to avoid it as much as possible. Ha ha! Investigate? Are you worthy? Investigating you is just a waste of resources. Bai Ho laughed loudly and said, Stupid brat, you don't understand at all. If you were willing to listen obediently and accept our torture, you might have a slim chance of survival. However, you actually dared to threaten our Heavenly Sword Hall. So, it doesn't matter if what you said is true or not. You are going to die now. As Bai Ho spoke, he already moved. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The Sword Dynasty was called the Sword Dynasty because most of the cultivators here used swords. Almost everyone in the Heavenly Sword Hall was using swords. The sword in Bai Ho's hand was a mortal-grade Emperor weapon. Although it was not as good as Ling Zhao's Demon Dragon sword, it was definitely extraordinary. In the Qin Nation or the Volcano Nation of the past, it would definitely be a peak weapon. Unexpectedly, such an ordinary cultivator in the Sword Dynasty could use such a weapon. The 9 Supremes were indeed the 9 Supremes. They were not something a remote nation could compare to. Ling Xiao did not use the Demon Dragon sword. Instead, he took out the male and female 8 immortal sword that he had not used for a long time. This was also a mortal-grade Emperor weapon. However, it was not as good as the Demon Dragon sword. Furthermore, it was not easy to expose his identity. The Demon Dragon sword was very strong and could be used as a trump card. Furthermore, with Bai Ho's strength, Shao Qin did not need to use the Demon Dragon sword. The male and female 8 immortal sword already thought highly of him. Ever since his body changed and his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao had only sparred with Shao Jin. However, Shao Jin would not fight him to the death. Although it was said to be using its full strength, it was still holding back. This time was different. The other party truly wanted his life. Since the other party wanted his life, there was no need for him to show mercy. Die, brat! Bai Ho was already in front of Ling Xiao. The cold blade was only a foot away from Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, a cold light flashed in Ling Gao's eyes. Then, a drop of blood dripped onto the ground. Many martial artists couldn't bear to watch Ling Xiao's tragic death. When they looked up at the drop of blood on the ground. However, he found that the person who was stabbed was not Ling Xiao, but Bai Ho. Ling Xiao's sword pierced Bai Ho's throat and lifted him up. Bai Ho's blood was dripping continuously. His aura was already extremely weak. What? Like Ling Xiao, the other martial artists who didn't have any identity tokens were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This young man was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation at all. The warriors from Heavenly Sword Hall were even more shocked. Even the warrior captain, who had been calm all this while, had a gloomy expression on his face. Bai Ho's throat had been pierced by a sword and he was on the verge of death. This brat had really underestimated him. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will kill you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at all the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, his face gloomy. He still started a massacre. But he had no choice. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. "Captain, save me!" A hoarse and weak voice came from Bai Ho. His voice was filled with fear and regret. "Let him go!" The warrior captain stood up. The rest of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial art practitioners surrounded Ling Xiao. As for their work, they didn't care anymore. There was actually someone who dared to kill their people. They definitely couldn't let this fire burn. "Let go? Who do you think you are? Do I have to let you go just because you want me to?" Ling Xiao looked at the warrior captain with contempt and allowed Bai Ho's blood to continue flowing. If this continued, Bai Ho would die from excessive blood loss without needing to do anything. "Brat, listen carefully. This is the Sword Dynasty. We are from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Offending the Heavenly Sword Hall is equivalent to humiliating the Sword Dynasty. If you kill him, you will face the pursuit of the Heavenly Sword Hall. No matter where you escape to, it will be the same. Now, put him down and treat his injuries. This way, you still have a chance to live." The warrior captain spoke arrogantly as if he was giving an order. What answered him was a spurt of blood. Ling Xiao cut off Bai Ho's head and then sheathed his sword. "You!" The warrior captain's expression became extremely ugly. Although Bai Ho wasn't strong, he was his most loyal follower. Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him. How could he endure it? "What about me? I told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. I really don't understand what you have to be proud of. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, the Sword Dynasty is just a small place. You have the face to bully a warrior who wants to join the Sword Dynasty. Why don't you dare to step into the forbidden land of death and go to the 4 major regions?" Ling Xiao mocked. "Damn it, kill him for me! Attack together!" The warrior captain slammed the table, and the table was smashed into pieces. He roared, and the remaining 6 Heavenly Sword Hall warriors charged towards Ling Xiao. "Boss, do you need my help?" "Not for the time being. I haven't fought for a long time. It's a good time to exercise my muscles and bones." Ling Xiao realized that he was indeed a battle maniac. This was more direct and comfortable. Enduring silently and being a yes man was really not his style. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. Only this way could he walk the path of martial arts. Fight for a future. All right then. If boss needs help, just let me know. Xiao Jin yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. This kind of battle didn't have much meaning. Other than the warrior captain, the rest of the people really didn't pose any threat to his boss, Ling Xiao. Hee, all of you, come at me. I, Ling Xiao, have also met many trash like you who don't know life from death on my path of martial arts. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Ling Xiao's face no longer had a troubled expression. Instead, it was replaced with excitement and fanaticism. You're courting death. Do you think you're invincible after killing Bai Ho? Sword martial spirit. One of them suddenly summoned his martial spirit. The sharp sword martial spirit behind his back released a fierce, murderous aura. His battle prowess instantly increased by nearly 2 times. This aura was not inferior to the aura of the Volcano King in the past. As for the Volcano King, he was the ruler of a country. This warrior was just a small pawn of the Heavenly Sword Hall. His strength was only slightly stronger than Bai Ho's. Perhaps in this person's opinion, the reason why Bai Ho was killed was because he didn't release his martial spirit. Do you think you're the only one with a martial spirit? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His entire body was immediately covered in armor that flickered with purple lightning. The transformation of the purple lightning bull beast spirit had been completed. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. Chapter 2935. What? This guy is actually a beast warrior. This transformation caused his aura to instantly become so powerful. How could this be? The warrior who was about to make a move began to hesitate. The aura released by Ling Xiao's body made him tremble in fear. Are you afraid? The warriors of the Sword God Hall are only SOSO. Ling Xiao actually put away the 8 immortal swords and crossed his arms in front of him. He looked at that person with disdain and said, I don't use a weapon. I don't even move an inch. It's difficult for you to hurt me. Damn it, you actually dare to look down on the Sword God Hall. What a bluff. I heard that in this world, some people can make their aura become very strong, but in reality, their combat strength is very weak. They even deceived many people. That's right, it must be like this. He's just a commoner from Yuvhua town. How could he have the same terrifying aura as our captain? The warriors of the Sword God Hall were quite good at comforting themselves. That martial artist who was originally intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura sneered at this moment, and flew out. The long sword in his hand perfectly merged with the sword martial spirit behind him. The terrifying sword she tore through the void and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. He wanted to avenge Bai Ho. How Bai Ho died, this guy had to die as well. As expected, Ling Xiao crossed his arms and stood there coldly. He did not move at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. That guy must be crazy. Is he really not going to fight back or dodge? I don't know, but his cultivation isn't strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the first transition's 14th level of hell wouldn't dare to be so careless. He would directly face the opponent's attack without dodging. You're courting death. This is simply courting death. I've seen such an arrogant youth before. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He doesn't know how terrifying the warriors of the outside world are. He only regrets it when he's dead, but it's already too late. The surrounding people were discussing. They all felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not dodge such a powerful attack. If this was not courting death, what was it? Hee hee, I'll take your life. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist sneered. The sharp blade in his hand had already pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Ding! What shocked everyone was that when the long sword pierced Ling Xiao's throat, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was not the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the throat. People looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. There was still a disdainful sneer on his face. His right hand finally reached out and pinched the tip of the long sword. Even this kind of trash can join the Heavenly Sword Hall. It seems that the Heavenly Sword Hall is only SOSO. Ling Xiao had grabbed the tip of the cultivator's sword, but he was unwilling to abandon the mundane grade Emperor weapon in his hand. For a moment, he could neither advance nor retreat. How could this be? What is this guy's body made of? It's so hard. Could it be related to his beast soul transformation? The captain finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in shock. The others were also dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao would be easily killed. However, they didn't expect that after this youth killed the Bai Ho with a single sword strike, he would bring everyone another surprise. Or perhaps it was a shock. I've heard that people who cultivate defensive martial techniques can make their physical bodies extremely strong. However, it's impossible to reach such a level. Yeah, that's a mundane grade Emperor weapon. In addition, it's a powerful strike from a martial artist at the late stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I'm stunned. Could it be that this kid was deliberately sent by one of the 9 Supremes to cause trouble in the Sword Dynasty? He can't be from a small place like the Qin Nation, right? The discussions represented everyone's shock. However, even more shocking things continued to happen. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent coldly. He exerted force in his hand, and the mundane grade Emperor weapon was actually broken by his palm. Then, a cold light flashed. The broken weapon shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. The throat of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist holding the sharp sword was directly pierced. Not only that, but the broken blade did not stop. It pierced another Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist's throat before it was sent flying by the martial artist's captain. With a casual strike, he killed 2 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. This kind of strength was really monstrous. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In terms of cultivation, this youth was obviously not as good as those people, but his combat strength was so strong. If someone said that he was not a peerless monster, no one would believe it. Who exactly was Ling Xiao? Where did he come from? Why did he have such terrifying strength? This became the question in everyone's heart. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked coldly at the remaining 5 Heavenly Sword Hall disciples. Originally, there were 8 people. In the blink of an eye, 3 had died. However, they did not leave any wounds on his body. He felt that it was enough to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Moreover, he really had no interest in killing these weaklings. It was too boring. Kid, you are really too arrogant. Where do you think this place is? Do you think that after killing the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, you can be kind? The martial artist captain walked out and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. I have seen so-called geniuses like you before. That's right, you are powerful. You can always take some advantage in the beginning of the battle and kill some of our people. However, you better understand that almost all the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty belong to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Under the orders of the Heavenly Sword Hall, all the martial artists who have identity badges must obey. This town is not big, but there are many martial artists. Let's see how many can you kill? As he spoke, he took out a strange whistle and blew it directly. In just a moment, a total of 400 to 500 martial artists appeared around Ling Xiao. Among these martial artists, the weakest was at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although the strongest was not as strong as the martial artist captain, he had already reached the peak of the 13th level of Hell. If it was the Ling Xiao before he transformed into the Black Demon, he would have definitely died if he faced these people. However, everything was different now. The appearance of close to 100 martial artists at the peak of the 13th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm made him extremely excited. This was because these people could stimulate his cultivation to increase. Kid, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha, I don't need to do anything. You will soon be chopped into minced meat. The martial artist captain laughed loudly. Afraid? There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. There was only excitement. He looked around and said loudly, When I first arrived at this precious place, I offended a villain and had no choice but to kill. Those who are not involved, it's best for you to leave now. Otherwise, when the battle starts, I will not show mercy. Is that kid stupid? Does he really think that he alone is a match for more than 400 of us? He probably still thinks that he is in some small place. This is the Sword Dynasty, not your hometown. Country bumpkin. No one accepted Ling Xiao's good intentions. Instead, they were all mocking and sarcastic. Chapter 2936. Die. Ha ha ha, does this kid know what he's talking about? Ling Xiao's words became a laughingstock. He was loudly mocked by the more than 400 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. However, Ling Xiao just looked at all of this indifferently. Logic really didn't make sense. Only strength was the only criterion. The reason why the people of Heavenly Sword Hall were so arrogant and overbearing was none other than because they were strong enough. Those martial artists who didn't belong to Heavenly Sword Hall all felt that it was a pity for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao belonged to the category of geniuses that were hard to come by in 100 years. If this genius developed smoothly, he would definitely achieve great results. But now, he encountered the martial artists of Heavenly Sword Hall. There were more than 400 martial artists, and 100 of them had reached the peak of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was only one person, and his cultivation was only at the middle of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. How could he be a match for these people? The outcome was already very obvious. Heavenly Sword Hall was indeed not to be offended. It looked like a battle between a lamb and a group of crazy lions. But what would happen? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. In an instant, his body entered the 9-Snake General Beast Soul transformation. 9-Snake General, 9-Snake Poison Region! The poisonous fog instantly spread out. As his cultivation increased, the power of the 9-snake poison region also increased. Now, it was equivalent to the power of a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. The terrifying poisonous fog turned into poisonous snakes in the crowd, biting those heavenly sword hall martial artists. No! In an instant, screams rang out. More than 200 of the more than 400 heavenly sword hall martial artists died in an instant. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Lamb? What kind of joke is this? This guy is the real beast. Some heavenly sword hall martial artists finally retreated. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that they couldn't accept it. Basically, all the martial artists at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm were killed in the 9-snake poison region. Only about 200 martial artists in the late stage and peak stage were left. Shameless! How dare you use poison? The warrior of Heavenly Sword Hall roared. Shameless? Isn't it shameless to bully others with numbers? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. I'm not interested in fighting with trash. But do you think I'm no match for you if I don't use poison? He put away the 9-snake poison domain. In any case, these martial artists following could not be poisoned to death by acute poison. Actually, there wasn't much difference whether he used it or not. Then, he transformed into the undying bird beast soul. The undying bird beast soul was extracted from the bloodline power of the undying bird after Ling Xiao killed the Volcano King. The undying bird beast soul had a special skill called Undying Bird's Fire. The normal fire of the undying bird was an unusual fire, second only to the immortal fire and godly fire. However, if the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield was merged with the divine fire, the fire of the phoenix would become a terrifying divine fire. It was just that it consumed a lot of internal energy. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally chose the normal phoenix fire. The unusual fire was already powerful enough. After putting on the undying bird armor, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in a layer of black flames. Then, his pitch-black wings flapped, and his body instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a few martial artists. A terrifying punch was thrown. The fist with black flames hit several people at the same time. The terrifying flames exploded on these people's bodies. The martial artists who were attacked were smashed to pieces on the spot. The black flames were still burning their corpses, until they turned into ashes. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. No matter who it was, they all understood how terrifying Ling Xiao's punch was. 4 martial artists at the late stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm were killed by this punch at the same time. If I don't use poison, you're still trash. Am I right? Ling Xiao continued to laugh as his figure disappeared again. Every time he appeared, his fire fist would take away the lives of a few people. These people's cultivation bases were all higher than his, yet none of them were able to withstand a single strike from him. It was as if they were being tortured to death. It was even more shocking than the previous 9-snake poison region. What's going on? Is this guy a devil? That's right, Ling Xiao was a devil. The demonic dragon phantom body technique combined with the undying bird incarnation increased his speed by another level. Among the martial artists present, no one except the captain could distinguish his figure. He was like a ghost, harvesting lives. The martial artists of Heavenly Sword Hall were all in danger, and were trembling with fear. Captain, could this guy be the legendary Undying Bird Bai Fong who dares to go against Heavenly Sword Hall? That Bai Fong is a terrifying existence ranked 4th on the Sword Dynasty's wanted list. His bounty is 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. That's mid-grade spirit stones. It's equivalent to 500 million low-grade spirit stones. We're no match for him. It shouldn't be. First of all, there's something wrong with his age. That Undying Bird Bai Fong is over 20 years old. And his cultivation can't be so low. This guy is definitely not Bai Fong, but he has the Undying Bird Beast soul like Bai Fong, which is surprising. Could he be Bai Fong's disciple? If he's Bai Fang's disciple, then all the more we have to kill him. This kid must have a lot of treasures on him. Bai Fang snatched a lot of good things from our Heavenly Sword Hall. Yes, we can't kill Bai Fang, but can't we deal with his disciple? There are so many people here. As long as we join forces, I don't believe we can't kill him. The captain stood out. He was ready to make a move. He was now very sure that Ling Xiao was the undying bird Bai Fang's disciple. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why Ling Xiao dared to go against Heavenly Sword Hall. It was even more impossible to explain why Ling Xiao's strength was so strong. His cultivation was clearly so weak. Of course, the more important reason was that Ling Xiao also had the undying bird beast soul. This kind of beast soul was rare. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. As long as they killed Bai Fang's disciple, they would definitely have a meteoric rise. They would no longer need to mingle in this border town and could go to the big cities to carry out missions. When they got there, they would be able to eat and drink well. It would definitely be more enjoyable than what they were doing now. Listen up, this kid is the undying bird Bai Fang's disciple. Kill him, and everyone can leave this godforsaken place. For your future, kill. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall roared. Suddenly, the crowd was roused. Their original fear was completely hidden in the face of huge benefits. The remaining 200 or so people rushed toward Ling Xiao together. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall, as the strongest person, was not in a hurry to make a move. He observed Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. He couldn't keep up at all, so he had to find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack. Scorching hell. Chapter 29:37. In the scorching hell, the power of the undying bird's fire would increase greatly. It basically reached the terrifying power of an immortal fire. These warriors, except for the warrior captain, basically died upon contact. His speed also became faster in an instant. Wherever it went, black flames would surge. The enemies didn't even have time to scream before they were buried by the undying bird's fire. All the enemies couldn't escape the power of Ling Xiao's move. In the blink of an eye, 100 warriors at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm were also killed. However, Ling Xiao's killing didn't stop there. The warrior captain didn't attack for a long time. This was because he couldn't find any flaws. Ling Xiao was still able to maintain absolute caution even when he was attacking. He didn't reveal any flaws at all. Finally, the warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall were scared. No matter how great the benefits were, it couldn't be compared to their lives. They began to flee frantically, hoping to escape this terrifying hell. However, in the scorching hell, fire snakes danced wildly and lava hounds roared. Although their combat power wasn't very strong, it was enough to make these warriors unable to escape. Lava Storm! Ling Xiao used Lava Storm in the state of the undying bird's transformation. The terrifying black storm exploded in the scorching hell. The storm, which was already powerful, became even more terrifying with the addition of the scorching hell. In the black storm, only screams could be heard. Ling Xiao had already walked towards the warrior captain. Among everyone, only this guy posed the greatest threat to him. The warrior captain looked at Ling Xiao in horror. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, facing Ling Xiao, he had no hope of winning. It was too terrifying. This young man was simply a demon-like existence. His cultivation wasn't very strong, but his combat power was so strong that it was shocking. In fact, he didn't need to be so nervous. If they really fought, Ling Xiao really wasn't his match. After all, the difference in cultivation was still too big. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao took out 2 immortal swords again. Facing this martial artist captain, he did not dare to be careless. Although his defense was astonishing, and even an ancient martial art practitioner with a cultivation at the first transformation of the 14th level of hell might not be able to break through his defense. However, that was only under normal circumstances. If martial techniques and divine weapons were added into the mix, it might not necessarily be the case. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was so much higher than his. Even if his battle prowess was astonishing, it would still be very difficult to deal with him. However, he had to establish his might and let the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall know his fear. Therefore, he and Little Gold were prepared to work together. Waving the 8 immortal swords, the immortal demon sword Shadow, a third heaven of the immortal grade martial technique, was instantly released. Wrapped in the black fire of the phoenix, he rushed toward the martial artist captain. The warrior captain was already scared out of his wits. He did not realize that he was actually stronger than Ling Xiao. In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, he actually gave up on defense and used all his internal energy to attack to block Ling Xiao's attack. But at this moment, Xiao Jin's 9 underworld yellow springs golden light hit him. It was only for a moment. The defenseless warrior captain's entire body completely melted under the golden light, turning into a pool of blood. This guy looks powerful, but in fact, he's an idiot. What a waste. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. He removed the scorching hell. The moment he killed the warrior captain, the remaining Heavenly Sword Hall warriors had already been completely destroyed by the black lava storm. More than 400 Heavenly Sword Hall warriors had all died at his hands alone. At this time, those warriors who did not get the identity token had already escaped. Although Ling Xiao had vented his anger by killing the Heavenly Sword Hall warriors, they had seen something that they should not have seen. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them to silence them, they would probably not have the strength to fight back at all. Therefore, all of them chose to escape. It was a wise move. Let's go quickly! Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold. He removed his transformation, jumped onto Little Gold's back, and flew into the distance. He could feel that in this border town, there were a few Heavenly Sword Hall warriors who were even stronger than the warrior captain. If he was stopped by these guys, it would not be easy to escape. He liked to fight, but it did not mean that he liked to court death. Ha ha ha, as expected of modified cells. The speed of obtaining energy and releasing potential has increased a lot. I thought that the battle just now would not increase my energy by much. I didn't expect that I would have broken through quietly. When he reached a safe place where he could not feel those powerful auras, Ling Xiao landed and checked his situation. During the battle just now, he felt that his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Now that he looked at it, he had indeed broken through. Boss, should we leave this damned place? I don't think this Sword Dynasty is a good place. Little Gold could not help but say. No, this place is simply heaven for me. I like to fight. The more fights, the better. Although the battle just now was forced, I have to admit that in my bloodline, there is a tendency to be a battle maniac. Ling Xiao smiled. What he needed the most now was to quickly increase his strength, and the Sword Dynasty was very suitable. But boss, this is really dangerous. We have offended the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. I'm afraid we will be hunted down. Little Gold said worriedly. What you said is not without reason, but it doesn't matter. I have a transformation technique. If it doesn't work, I can change my appearance and body shape to avoid the enemy. Next, let's find a big town and get the identity token of the Heavenly Sword Hall. With that thing, it will be easier to move around in the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao naturally had his own foolproof plan. The reason why he dared to kill people with his real face was because he had the transformation technique of the Yin-Yang Demon King. Whether it was aura, appearance or body shape, they could all be changed. That was a life-saving technique. Of course, there was no need for that now. He still liked his face. Boss, you're right. Let's go. When Little Gold heard this, he did not object. But just as they were about to set off, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. Then, the sound of battle got closer and closer. Let's hide first. Ling Xiao felt that he knew nothing about the Sword Dynasty. Then, the best way was to find someone who was familiar with the Sword Dynasty. If he could save a local, it should be easier to get information. After all, the kindness of saving a life was not a small kindness. Little Gold hid in the beast's ring. Ling Xiao completely concealed his aura and hid in the grass. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and the three of them were directly sent flying. Then, there was a ferocious giant beast. It looked like a demon wolf, but it walked on two legs and there was a strange eye on its forehead. This demon wolf's strength is at the middle stage of the 14 levels of hell. It is stronger than the warrior captain from before. It is not easy to deal with. Chapter 2938. The three people who were attacked by the one-eyed magic wolf were not weak. Two of them were at the peak of the 13th level of hell. One of them was at the early stage of the 14th level of hell, similar to the warrior captain from before. The three of them were all female. However, one could see the difference between master and servant. Two of them were dressed like bodyguards or something like that. As for the strongest person, it was actually his master. She was dressed gorgeously and had a very sweet appearance. Boss, this is a good chance to be a hero and save the beauty. Xiao Jin smiled. Why don't you go? Ling Xiao said unhappily. He had no interest in being a hero and saving the beauty. Even if he wanted to save her, it was because he wanted to understand the Sword Dynasty. Forget it. Boss, you should do it. But are you confident? That one-eyed magic wolf is not weak. Xiao Jin said worriedly. I'm not confident in a frontal attack, but I'm confident in an assassination. Ling Xiao smiled. This time, he did not need Xiao Jin's help. He alone was enough. Miss, leave quickly. We'll block this guy. The two female guards were loyal, but unfortunately, they were too weak. They were sent flying by the one-eyed magic wolf's claws. The miss was already injured. Although it was not serious, facing the fierce one-eyed magic wolf, it would be difficult for her to escape death. The one-eyed magic wolf focused all of its attention on the Mississippi. It did not realize that danger was approaching it. Ling Xiao used the Phantom Demon Dragon's technique and approached the one-eyed magic wolf, preparing to assassinate it. Chance! Sensing that the one-eyed magic wolf's attention was focused on the miss, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed his true form. The 8 immortal sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the one-eyed magic wolf's vital part. Regarding the vital part, the Tai Chi Eye had already analyzed it. Naturally, it would not be wrong. The one-eyed magic wolf's biggest weakness was the eye on its forehead. It was the place where its attacks were the most powerful, but also the place where its defense was the weakest. Oh whoa! The one-eyed magic wolf was in pain. It roared crazily and slammed its claws around. Ling Xiao was caught off guard and was hit in the body. He flew out and fell heavily to the ground. What a guy! Just one attack and my cultivation C's energy has increased by 50%. It seems that the greater the difference in cultivation, the faster my cultivation increases in battle. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to take such an attack a second time. If it wasn't for his extremely strong physical body, he would have been smashed to pieces by this attack. Bastard, go to hell! After Ling Xiao landed on the ground, he used the demonic dragon's phantom movement skill and shot out again. Because the one-eyed magic wolf's vitals were injured, it was already heavily injured, so it naturally wasn't as ferocious as before. He was stabbed by the 8 immortal swords again, and blood spurted out. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to transform into the undying bird and used the undying bird's flames to burn the one-eyed magic wolf to death. After doing all this, he almost collapsed from exhaustion. This kind of leapfrogging battle was really not something that humans could do. In battle, one had to maintain absolute calmness and concentration. Even the slightest distraction could cost one's life. Be careful! The young miss suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from the one-eyed magic wolf's demonic beast core and blasted his body. He was sent flying again. This time, his injuries weren't light, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He hurriedly swallowed a spirit pill refined from the 1,000-year flesh Lingji. Coupled with his life martial spirit, his injuries began to rapidly heal. This 1,000-year flesh Lingji was something he snatched from the Qin country's royal secret realm. One flesh Lingji was refined into 100 spirit pills. But that was it. This thing's effects were similar to the blood spirit pill, but its effects were much stronger. After all, it was refined from 1,000-year flesh Lingji, so it was naturally different. After taking the Lingji pill, Ling Xiao began to sit cross-legged to heal his injuries, and at the same time, stabilize his cultivation. Although he was badly beaten up by the one-eyed magic wolf's attack just now, it also stimulated the potential in his body to erupt. In a spurt of energy, his cultivation rose from the late stage of the 13th layer of hell to the peak stage. In this way, even if he faced a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th layer of hell in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, he would have a greater chance of winning. While Ling Xiao was healing his injuries, the young miss walked over and put the one-eyed magic wolf's demonic beast core into her storage ring. Although the demonic beast core had been damaged by the energy released to attack Ling Xiao, it was still very precious. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Why was this girl so insensible? He was the one who killed the one-eyed magic wolf. Even if she wanted to take the demonic beast core, she should have asked him first. She didn't say anything and just took it away. Hey, you're not dead, right? The young miss walked over and shouted at Ling Xiao, who was healing his injuries. This attitude was clearly that of a certain family's young miss, who didn't know how to respect others at all. Ling Xiao ignored her. At this moment, he regretted saving this woman. She was simply outrageous. He closed his eyes and continued to heal his injuries. Humph, I didn't ask you to save me. Besides, even if you didn't do anything, I could have killed that thing. The young miss snorted coldly. So the demonic beast core belongs to me. However, to thank you for saving me, I can give you some rewards. Such arrogant words. Such a high and mighty attitude. It was as if he was bossing Ling Xiao around. Ling Xiao still didn't speak. Only when his injuries had healed and his cultivation had stabilized did he open his eyes and say, Your 2 guards aren't dead yet. Aren't you going to take care of them? Humph, 2 good-for-nothings. Since they failed to protect me, let them fend for themselves. The young miss snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that this woman was even more unreasonable. The 2 guards weren't strong, but they risked their lives to protect their master. Even if they didn't contribute, they should have worked hard. What did she take human lives for? He stood up and sighed. Then, he walked over and fed the 2 female guards 2 blood spirit pills. This blood spirit pill was useless to him, but it was still very effective for people who had never used it before. After the 2 guards took the blood spirit pill, they quickly recovered their strength and their injuries were healed. Thank you for saving our lives. The 2 of them cupped their hands and said to Ling Xiao. No need. I was just doing it casually. Ling Xiao waved his hand and prepared to leave. Because the young miss's performance really disappointed him. He guessed that he wouldn't get along with that guy. Stop, do you have an identity card? The young miss suddenly shouted. No, how about it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with anger. I knew you didn't. Since you saved me and my guards, I'll tell you something. Without an identity card, it's best not to wander around Sword Dynasty. You're lucky to have met us. If you met someone else, I'm afraid you'd be dead. Chapter 2939. I'm Ling Xiao. I'm new here and don't know the rules of the Sword Dynasty. What do you mean? Ling Xiao looked at the young lady and asked. Anyway, his name was very ordinary. Even in the state of Qin, there were many people with the same name. What's more, the Sword Dynasty was much bigger than the state of Qin. Since he was new here, it didn't matter if he said it out loud. Ling Xiao? Do you mean soaring aspirations? The name is not bad, but it's a pity that your cultivation is a little lacking. To tell you the truth, in the Sword Dynasty, no matter what sect or force, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The warriors of these forces must also have an identity card issued by the Heavenly Sword Hall. There are only 2 possibilities for warriors without an identity card. One is that they have just arrived in the Sword Dynasty and are unfamiliar with the place. However, this kind of person should be able to get an identity card in a border town. I don't know why you don't have one. Speaking of this, the young lady glanced at Ling Xiao and continued. There is another possibility, and that is a wanted criminal. Those who dare to become enemies with the Heavenly Sword Hall. Without an identity card, it can be said that it is difficult to move around in the Sword Dynasty. Whether it is accommodation or other things, as long as it is related to group activities, one has to show one's identity card. Moreover, there are usually full-time warriors from the Heavenly Sword Hall who will check the identity cards. If they are found, they will be captured and exiled. If they are found, they will be killed on the spot. It's that serious? Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that he had to either not enter the city or quickly get an identity card. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to do many things. He felt that this identity card was a bit like the identity card of another world in another memory in his mind. However, it was even stricter than the identity card. He had never heard of being exiled or killed without an identity card. Are you afraid? Actually, you don't have to be afraid. I have good relations with people. As long as you give me the golden bird on your shoulder, I can help you get an identity card. There is absolutely no problem. The young lady giggled. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, This is like a brother to me. How can I give it to you? TSK, so stingy. Forget it, who asked you to save me? The city not far from here is called Ming City. There is a place to apply for an identity card. Generally, people who lose their identity cards or lose their identity card will go there to apply for a replacement. Originally, it's impossible for someone like you to get an identity card, but with me here, I am very familiar with the people there. The young lady curled her lips. At this moment, Ling Xiao was beginning to feel that this girl might be the kind of spoiled and willful young mistress. But she was not a bad person. If he could help him get an identity card, that would be for the best. However, at this moment, Ling still remained vigilant. He didn't want to be schemed against because of his carelessness. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. The young lady said, That won't do. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Looking at your stingy look, I guess you don't have anything good on you. Just take it as me repaying you for saving my life. Don't worry, I don't want anything from you. The young lady shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Ling Xiao did not care about her disdain and still looked indifferent. Let's go. Let's go. The young lady waved her hand and kept her eyes on Xiao Jin. While walking, she said, What a beautiful bird. It's actually golden and it can shine. What kind of rare beast is this? I feel that it's very powerful. Miss, you must be joking. Xiao Jin's strength is only at the pinnacle of 1-star 13 levels of hell. It may be outstanding in a small country, but in Sword Dynasty, it's nothing. Ling Xiao said. That's because you've delayed it. I think this little guy looks a bit like the Red Sun Golden Yuan on Sun Mountain. They are both golden and beautiful. However, the Red Sun Golden Yuan is much stronger. Its strength is comparable to the supreme ruler of Sword Dynasty, the Sword Emperor. Maybe this Xiao Jin is the same kind of existence as the Red Sun Golden Yuan. As long as I nurture it well, it will definitely become stronger. The young lady said solemnly. Red Sun Golden Yuan? Sun Mountain? And Sword Emperor? Ling Xiao really wanted to ask, but this was not the key now. The key now was his safety. Just now, I heard you mention the wanted list. My country also has a wanted list. The warriors on it are all wanted and have committed heinous crimes. Is it the same thing? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. This wanted list was the most closely related to him. He was now a person without an identity card. Who knew if he would be treated as one of those wanted criminals? Almost the same. The young lady nodded and said, But there are also differences. The so-called wanted list, the warriors on it are not necessarily evil, but they are definitely people who go against Sword God Hall. That's why they are wanted. There is still a difference between it and your so-called evil list. Sword Dynasty requires all warriors to be loyal to the Imperial Court, and the Imperial Court's representative is Sword God Hall. Those who are unwilling to be loyal are enemies. This is the iron rule of Sword Dynasty. Of course, one thing is certain. Most of the warriors on the wanted list are very strong. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to go against Sword God Hall. These people all have a bounty list. On it is written regardless of life or death. Capturing them alive or killing them directly will give you a bounty. According to the degree of threat to the Imperial Court and the strength of the warrior, these people's bounties are not the same. Generally speaking, those who have a bounty of more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones are considered big devils. And those who are ranked in the top 5 are directly rewarded with mid-grade spirit stones. The 5th and 4th million, the 4th and 5th million, the 3rd and 6th million, the 2nd and 10th million, the 1st has reached a terrifying 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, which is 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. This is simply an astronomical figure. Your Sword Dynasty is really F*King rich. 3 billion low-rank spiritual stones to offer a reward for a martial artist. That's really something. Ling Xiao was speechless. Right, I have another question. How are the strength of the top warriors in the 9 Supremes? Ling Xiao asked again. You really have a lot of questions. But there is no harm in telling you. Although I am not sure, I have heard some elders mention it. In Sword Dynasty, only the Sword Emperor and the Crimson Sun Golden Luan may have reached the peak of the 17th level of Hell. As for the Demon Lord of Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Palace Master of Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, whose strength is not inferior to Demon Dragon Sword Court, their cultivation is slightly weaker. They should have reached the 16th level of Hell. Chapter 2940. Are there no life Caesars? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I haven't heard of any yet. Perhaps there are some in the 4 domains. The eldest miss sighed and said, Don't think that cultivation is easy. The higher you reach the rebirth realm, the slower you progress. A cultivator can go from the 1st level of Hell to the 14th level of Hell in 10 years. But going from the 14th layer to the 15th layer of Hell might take the same 10 years. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao understood that the further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. But after Black Devil's transformation, he didn't have to worry about that at all. Not only was his cultivation speed no slower than before, it was even faster. The 9 Supremes were indeed powerful, but in the end, the strongest were only at the 18th layer of Hell. There weren't even any life Caesars. As expected, the Western domain was just a small corner of the Black Tortoise continent. The true experts should be in the 4 domains. Even so, even a yin-yang realm martial artist at the 14th level of Hell could pose a threat to him. Not to mention, a martial artist at the 18th layer of Hell could easily kill him. I have to raise my cultivation to the peak of the 9 Supreme strength, then enter the forbidden land of death. Only then can I enter the 4 domains. Whether it's the Divine Codex or the Moon Maiden, they're all waiting for me there. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. After coming to the Sword Dynasty, he already understood why this was the 9 Supremes' territory, and why the Qin Kingdom was just a small kingdom. In the end, it was because of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Sword Dynasty was several times that of the Qin Kingdom. Naturally, the cultivation speed of martial artists was also several times faster. He had made the right choice in coming here. What are you thinking, little brat? Perhaps with your cultivation and your age, you could be considered a tyrant in the small country you came from. But in the Sword Dynasty, even a dragon has to coil up. Don't blame me for not warning you. You can enjoy the shade under a big tree. Joining the Sword God Hall won't do you any harm. The first miss raised her voice when she saw that Ling Xiao was deep in thought. How about the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Devil Dragon Sword Court? Hearing Ling Xiao's question, the first miss was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, The Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace are the 2 great powers of the Sword Dynasty. What do you think of the Demon Dragon Sword Court? If that's the case, I can try my luck at the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. The Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Lord is an expert second only to the Sword Emperor. Once you join the Devil Dragon Sword Court, you will have a meteoric rise. However, the Demonic Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace were not easy to enter. They were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. First of all, he must be a martial art practitioner of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Secondly, his talent must be good. Martial artists under the age of 20 who had not reached the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, or the 14th level of hell, were all rejected. You haven't met either of the two conditions yet. Furthermore, this is only the basics. After meeting these conditions, you still have to participate in the sex assessment. Only after passing these tests can you join and become their disciple. The first young miss explained. You seem to be very familiar with these two sects? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm considered a reputable figure in the Sword Dynasty. The first young miss said proudly. Ling Xiao nodded and then asked. The Heavenly Sword Hall is so powerful. There are actually martial artists who dare to go against the Heavenly Sword Hall. Does this mean that the martial artists on the wanted list are not weak? Of course. The top 5 martial artists on the wanted list are all at the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, or the 17th level of hell. The first young miss nodded. What about the Undying Bird Bai Fang? Because he was mistaken as the Bai Fang's disciple, Ling Xiao was very interested in this Bai Fang. The Undying Bird Bai Fang is a demon who rose recently. He is young, but his strength is very terrifying. He entered the top 10 the first time he was on the wanted list. After that, he killed the deputy commander of the Heavenly Sword Hall and became famous. He directly became the 4th on the wanted list. His bounty increased greatly. The first young miss said, In this world, strength is indeed everything. With strength, you can do anything, and you don't have to be enslaved by the Heavenly Sword Hall. From her words, it seemed that she was very envious of the martial artists on the wanted list. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He only wanted to know things that were closely related to him. Are the martial skills of the 9 Supremes forces also gold, jade, immortal, and divine grades? This was very important. Although the cultivation levels were common in the mystic world, the grades of martial skills would often change. He had encountered such a thing in the past. At first, he thought that what he cultivated was already a top-notch martial skill. However, when he reached a higher realm, he realized that what he had learned before was just trash. Therefore, he had to figure out this question. Kid, you're really eager to learn. But this question is really too crucial. You're really eager to learn. I once met a martial artist who came from a small place. He thought that the immortal grade martial skill he cultivated was the same as the 9 Supremes martial skill. He accidentally obtained an immortal grade martial skill and sold it to a bookstore for 500 low-grade spirit stones. The bookstore treated it as a treasure and auctioned it off. At that time, it caused a sensation in the entire Sword Dynasty. The first young miss shook her head and said, Actually, your understanding has always been problematic. How can ordinary people easily come into contact with immortal grade and divine grade martial skills? I'm afraid that other than the Hell Continent and the Immortal Court Continent, no one can cultivate them. It's just that some frogs at the bottom of the well don't know how powerful the outside world is, so they arbitrarily changed it. In fact, in the 9 Supremes territory, the immortal grade martial skills you learned can only be considered as soldier grade martial skills at best. We call your so-called gold, jade, immortal, and divine grade martial skills as soldier grade martial skills. Gold grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade elementary martial skills. Jade grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade intermediate martial skills. Immortal grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade advanced martial skills. Divine grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade pinnacle martial skills. Therefore, if you have an immortal grade 4th heaven martial skill, to be precise, it should be soldier grade advanced martial skills. Soldier grade, General grade, King grade, and Emperor grade. This was the classification of martial skills used by the 9 Supreme's forces. This is similar to the classification of the first 3 areas of the Imperial Mystery Realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. But it shouldn't matter. Let me put it this way. Among the 9 Supreme's forces, there are only soldier grade, general grade, and emperor grade martial skills. Emperor grade martial skills can probably only be seen in the 4 major areas. The first young miss seemed to like being a teacher. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. After listening to her explanation, the shock in Ling Xiao's heart was indescribable. The immortal grade martial skills he cultivated in the past were actually the lowest soldier grade martial skills. Chapter 2941. Thank you for your guidance, Mississippi. If not for your guidance, I'm afraid I would have made a fool of myself, Ling Xiao said embarrassedly. If you really want to thank me, then give me that little golden bird of yours. Hee hee. Miss looked at Xiao Jin with an excited expression. Her eyes flashed with greed. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. No matter what, I can't give you Xiao Jin. He didn't know what this little girl saw in Xiao Jin. She always wanted to leave. You still want to thank me? You're so stingy. Humph. Miss turned her head away and didn't say anything. Coincidentally, at this moment, a towering city wall appeared in front of them. This should be the Ming city that Miss mentioned. The scale of the Ming city was much larger than the Qinguile. From afar, one could even feel the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathering towards the Ming city. The spiritual qi could even be seen with the naked eye. There must be some kind of magic array in the Ming city. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't occur. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth outside was several times that of a small place like the Qin country. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Ming city was even more abundant than in the imperial secret realm that Ling Xiao had stayed in before. Before entering the Ming city, Ling Xiao was worried that something would happen to him because he didn't have an identity token. Who knew that when the warriors guarding the gate saw the little girl, they didn't even ask anything. All of them bowed their heads respectfully and called out, Mississippi. Then they watched as Ling Xiao, Miss, and her 2 guards entered the Ming city. Although he was confused about the little girl's identity, it didn't matter to him. So, he couldn't be bothered to ask. After entering the Ming city and getting an identity token, he would go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. He might not see this girl again in the future. Aren't you curious about who I am? Miss suddenly turned her head and asked. I won't ask what I shouldn't ask. If Miss wants to say it, you will. Ling Xiao smiled. You're definitely not likable. Humph. The young Miss snorted coldly, obviously unhappy in her heart. Ling Xiao actually didn't look at her with a shocked expression like the others. That kind of expression was something she enjoyed very much. It could completely satisfy her vanity. Although she didn't look too happy, the eldest young mistress still brought Ling Xiao to Ming City's ID card replacement office to apply for an ID card. Alright, with this identity token, you don't have to worry about being hunted down by the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. This can be considered as repaying your life-saving grace. But are you really not going to sell that little bird to me? Before the eldest miss and Ling Xiao parted ways, she was still thinking about Xiao Jin. I really can't, Ling Xiao said. I can pay a high price. How about 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones? The young lady said. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was really surprised. This young lady was really rich. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. In those small countries, only the royal family and nobles could have so many spirit stones. If it was something else, he would sell it. But it just had to be Xiao Jin. He couldn't sell it no matter what. I'm sorry. Ling Xiao shook his head. His attitude was very firm. Stingy. Forget it. Go out from the west gate of Ming City and keep going forward. It won't be long before you reach the territory of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. We don't owe each other anything." After saying that, the eldest miss left under the escort of 2 female guards. Ling Xiao also looked towards the west at this time. In order to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, it was better to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court to try his luck. Maybe he could get a lot of benefits. Ling Xiao had also joined the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Dragon Cult before. Although many things had happened, it was indeed very helpful for his cultivation to improve. This was not false. However, since he had already come to Ming City, it wouldn't be right if he didn't take a good rest. Previously, he had fought a battle in the border town and defeated the one-eyed magic wolf. Although the Ganoderma pill could replenish his strength and help him recover. But the human heart would always be tired. He found a restaurant and ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes. While eating, he thought about his future plans. Although he had already decided to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. But man proposes, God disposes. No one knew if he could really successfully join the Devil Dragon Sword Court this time. After all, his cultivation was still too low. The Devil Dragon Sword Court required him to be a martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall, and his cultivation must have reached the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm and the 14th level of Hell. His current cultivation was not enough. Ling Xiao. Just as he was sipping his wine and pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao looked in that direction curiously. It turned out to be the shrewish eldest miss from before. He was a little confused. About half an hour ago, this girl said that they would not meet again in the future. Why was she here again? But after all, she had helped him, so he couldn't greet her with a sour face. So he smiled and invited the eldest miss to take a seat. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me?" the eldest miss asked. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that the eldest miss is a noble person, and I'm just a martial artist from a remote village. Since the eldest miss is looking for me, there must be something. You may as well tell me directly," Ling Xiao said. "You are a straightforward person. I like this very much. How about this? I've decided. Since you are unwilling to give me the golden bird, then you will be my guard," the eldest miss said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, people with status were just so willful. "Sorry, I don't plan to be anyone's guard for the time being." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You have to think carefully. In Ming City, the consequences of offending me are very serious. To be honest, if it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't be so polite at all." The eldest miss' expression became gloomy and cold. "Polite? You haven't told me your name until now. It seems that your status is very noble. You don't even want to tell me your name. You are being polite? If you asked me, I think you are being rude." When Ling Xiao heard the other party's words, he was instantly displeased and did not hold back in his words. "Rude? Haha, I can tell you my name. I am Lan Re. Although I am not a great person, there are still people in Ming City who are willing to stand up for me. As for me, I just accidentally told my wish to a young hero who has been pursuing me all this time. His name is Bingley. He is a very powerful person. He is a martial artist at the advanced stage of the 14th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. He can kill the one-eyed demon wolf that beat you up in one move. So, you had better give little gold to me as soon as possible. Or you can just be my guard. Otherwise, when he comes, he will snatch it. He won't be as polite as me," Lan Re said with a smile. "I didn't expect an innocent woman like you to have such a vicious heart." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Chapter 2942. "So? Do you want to die or hand over that little golden bird of yours?" Lan Re's smile was very innocent, very bright, and very beautiful. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was so vicious and disgusting that it made him feel nauseous. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Lan Re coldly. "If you hadn't helped me get the identity token, I would have killed you right now. Who are you asking to get lost? Who do you want to kill?" Is Miss Lan Rua somewhat a scum like you can bully? Suddenly, a voice sounded. There was a hint of arrogance in the coldness. Hearing this voice, Lan Rua sighed helplessly. I told you earlier. Hand over little gold obediently. What a pity. You're dead meat. She smiled and left the restaurant. She went to a nearby roof to watch the show. You're Ling Xiao? Bingley asked coldly as she went up the restaurant. That's right. I'm Ling Xiao. However, we don't know each other. We have no grudges, right? Ling Xiao looked at Bingley and said indifferently. You're right. So, as long as you hand over that little golden bird, I'll let you get lost and pretend that nothing happened, Bingley said coldly. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard that. How arrogant. What a rude person. A cultivator at the 14th level of hell in yin-yang transformation could be so arrogant? So arrogant? Did this person really think that he would win for sure? Little gold, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. I've said it many times. Little gold is my brother. I can't give him to anyone, much less sell him. If you're doing this for that woman, I advise you not to do that. You'll die. Are you threatening me? There was a trace of contempt in Bingley's cold eyes. In Moon City, no one dares to speak to me like that. You had better think it through. Do you want that little golden bird or your little life? You can only choose one. When the crowd heard Bingley's words, they felt helpless in their hearts. Bingley was the son of Moon City's city lord. He was used to being domineering. In addition, he was talented and intelligent. At the age of 17, he had already cultivated to the late stage of the 14th level of the infernal realm. Naturally, he was even more arrogant. In Moon City, there was basically no one who dared to provoke him. Ling Xiao was just an outsider, a warrior who had just arrived in Moon City. Yet he dared to oppose Bingley. Wasn't this courting death? Of course I want to die. But I also want my brothers. Ling Xiao's emotions were extremely calm. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Bingley and said, It sounds like you are very amazing, but I only have one thing to say to you. Either you die or scram. Either die or get lost. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. This youth called Ling Xiao was truly audacious to the extreme. He actually dared to speak to Bingley like this. Was it a bluff? Or did he really have that kind of strength? TSK, you really don't know how to speak. Bingley has a bad temper to begin with. You actually dared to offend him like this. You're dead. Lan Rua, who was watching the show from afar, laughed. She had seen Ling Xiao's strength before. He was indeed powerful to be able to defeat the one-eyed demon wolf. However, he was nearly killed in the process of attacking the one-eyed demon wolf. And Bingley could have easily killed the one-eyed demon wolf 3 years ago. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Bingley was indeed angry. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer as he said sinisterly, A mere warrior with the cultivation of the 13th level of the infernal realm dares to threaten me, Bingley. You have guts. You have guts. But I don't like people like you. So, not only will you die, but you will also die a very ugly death. As he spoke, Bingley had already moved. Swoosh! The sound of sword chi crisscrossing came from his long sword that was like an ice cube. In that instant, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already about a foot in front of Ling Xiao. The long sword in his hand released an icy cold air that froze the air into ice cubes. The cold air bloomed in the void. This sword was extremely fast and accurate. If Ling Xiao was pierced by this sword, he would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. He might even be frozen into an ice cube. Trouble came from the mouth. Ling Xiao was already hopeless. He actually dared to anger Bingley like this. Everyone secretly shook their heads, feeling that it was not worth it for Ling Xiao. After all, he did not do anything wrong. If there was really a mistake, it was that he should not have let Lan Rua see that little golden bird. Ling Xiao felt that sharp sword chi coming at him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In that instant, he could feel that he was facing an ice mountain, a huge ice lake. The cold air kept coming at him, as if wanting to freeze his entire body. Swoosh! Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into several demonic dragon phantoms. Then, countless demonic dragon phantoms pounced at Bingley at the same time. Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantoms, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to counterattack. Countless sword phantoms appeared and attacked Bingley together. Bingley snorted coldly, and the cold air on his sword became even more terrifying. Dozens of demonic dragon phantoms were all sent flying in an instant. Only one fell directly on the street, and the rest all dissipated. The one that fell was naturally Ling Xiao's original body. The cultivation gap is too big. It really won't work. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat on the ground. Then, he quickly entered the beast soul transformation of the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon. Originally, he planned to use the undying bird beast soul because it was the fastest. However, now that the immortal bird by Fong was involved, he was worried that if he was mistaken again, he would really become the target of public criticism. He was afraid that not only would this group of people target him, but also other warriors might treat him as a wanted criminal and capture him. He did not want that. Ling Xiao suffered internal injuries in this collision, but it was not serious because his opponent did not use his full strength. It looked like he was just playing around. But even so, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by a large margin. It had reached half of 10% of the energy. This speed was really fast. You didn't die. Looks like you can take a beating. A cold smile appeared on Bingley's face. Then, a towering ice mountain appeared behind him. His eyes turned into the color of ice crystals. His eyes were emotionless and cold. His hair had also turned snow white. Boom! A terrifying cold air exploded on the street. Many martial artists who were watching felt their bodies turn into ice in an instant, and they had no choice but to flee. Kill! As if he had gathered enough energy, Bingley roared and his body flashed again. Dozens of cold sword phantoms appeared in the void, and they all enveloped Ling Xiao. It was hard to tell what was real and what was false and what was real. Chapter 2943. The ice-cold sword aura pierced the ground and froze it, but it couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already dodged dozens of sword aura attacks, and there wasn't a single scratch on his body. He drifted between the terrifying weapons, but wasn't affected at all, and moved with ease. However, at this moment, Bingley had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in an iceberg-like pressure, fused with the terrifying sword aura, and pierced towards Ling Xiao crazily. At this moment, no matter how brilliant Ling Xiao's movement technique was, he couldn't possibly dodge it. This was because the range of this sword was too large, and it enveloped everything within a radius of dozens of meters. When Bingley attacked, he didn't care if there was anyone around at all. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It's over. This young man called Ling Xiao can't escape this time. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. A young genius met an arrogant young master. His strength was inferior, but he still dared to be arrogant. If he didn't die, where would he run to? A satisfied smile appeared on Lan Ruo's face. Once Ling Xiao died, that little golden bird would be hers. I didn't do anything wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not giving that thing to me. Lan Ruo had been spoiled since she was young. Whatever she wanted, others had to give it to her. In fact, it had always been like this. There was even once when she took a liking to her best friend's boyfriend and snatched him away. However, after playing with him for a few days, she got bored and killed him directly. There was nothing that she, Lan Ruo, couldn't get. If she couldn't get it, many people would get it for her. Because she was born to be a rich missy. She was born to be special. Faced with that terrifying sword, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Timed explosion! It was the same move, but it was very useful. The moment the timed explosion was used, Bing Li's body clearly paused in midair, and his original attack also stopped abruptly. Of course, he was much stronger than the Volcano King, so this attack didn't push him back. He was still standing there, but he was in a sorry state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao summoned all his martial souls that could increase his combat strength. The Sword Martial Spirit, the Three-Headed Lava Hound, the Nine-Headed Snake General, the Undying Bird, and the Purple Lightning Bull. Not only that, but he also used the power of the Heavenly Dragon, the power of the Divine Phoenix, and the power of the White Tiger. The opponent was too strong. Although he had used Time Burst to delay the attack, the terrible situation did not change at all. He was still in great danger. Never! As Ling Xiao's power continued to skyrocket, Bing Li's cold voice rang out. No one has ever dared to dirty my hair or my clothes. You're simply courting death. Everyone could feel his anger, his fury. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he did not hear him and continued to increase his combat strength. Demonic Dragon Possession. After the 5 demonic dragons entered his body, his combat prowess increased once again. Alright, Purple Lightning Thunder Essence, it looks like it's time for you to show your worth. When I first obtained you, I was unable to enjoy all of your energy. I probably won't be able to this time either, but you should be able to help me break through my cultivation. Ling Xiao activated the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence in his body. A purplish-blue ice crystal-like object appeared on the surface of his body. It turned into a transparent purple shield. This shield did not have any defensive function. Its only effect was to stimulate the release of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence's energy under the enemy's powerful attack. Then, it would rapidly fill up the cultivation sea and allow Ling Xiao to break through. Without this item, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to break through to the first revolution of the Yin-Yang Realm's 14th level of Hell in a short time. Bing Li really came at the right time. She was simply the sparring partner that Ling Xiao needed the most. From a certain point of view, perhaps he should thank Lan Ruo for this. It's useless. No matter how much your power increases, you can't escape the shackles of the first revolution of the 13th level of Hell. Today, you'll definitely die. Icebound Supreme's Sword. Kill. This was the same move that Bing Li had used before. Although her previous attack had been stopped by Ling Xiao's timed explosion, she was still able to unleash her full power. That only slowed down the time of Ling Xiao's death. In Bing Li's opinion, this move was enough to completely destroy Ling Xiao. The sword light roared again. This time, it did not split. Instead, it condensed into a terrifying giant sword. Cold air spread in all directions. Even the surrounding buildings were covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. Ling Xiao had completed all his preparations. Then, he looked up coldly at Bing Li's attack. He didn't block it and allowed the sword to strike his body. He knew that this was very risky. However, he also knew that if he did not do this, he would not be able to stimulate the release of the Purple Lightning Thunder Essence's energy. He would not be able to break through in a short time. For Yu Fanghua, for himself, and for his life, he had to do this. As long as he did not die, there was nothing to be afraid of if he was injured. Anyway, he had the Millennium Lingji pill, which could heal his injuries quickly. It was because he was a pharmacist that he could do whatever he wanted. Boom! The terrifying sword chi finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by a powerful energy. Attack! His body flickered with a dazzling purple light. The purple lightning continued to roar. The Purple Lightning Thunder Essence released energy crazily and poured into his cultivation sea. 20%, 30%, 40%, 90%, 100%. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a smile. Even though his arms were completely destroyed. Even though his body was almost in pieces. Even though he did not look like a human anymore. But he had made the right bet. He was not dead. That was enough. Boom! In that instant, a towering power erupted from his body and turned into a boundless and terrifying murderous aura. A blood-curdling scream came out. Bingley was actually blasted away by this terrifying murderous aura. The long sword in her hand was also sent flying. Both of his arms were covered in blood. His face was also pale. There was a heart-wrenching pain in his body. The terrifying murderous sword she was pervasive and raging in his body. Ling Xiao stuffed a pill into his mouth. Then, he released his life martial soul. The damaged areas were recovering at an accelerated speed. The broken limbs were also regenerating. This time, he did not use Life Backtrack. After all, Life Backtrack had a cooldown of 3 hours. Unless it was a last resort, he would not use it. Moreover, Life Backtrack was a heaven-defying consummate skill. If he could not expose it, he would try his best not to expose it, lest he be targeted by the top experts of the Sword Dynasty. Of course, more importantly, Life Backtrack was not beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. But the Millennium Lingji pill was different. It could allow Ling Xiao to consolidate and strengthen his broken body in the process of repairing it. It made it stronger. That guy is so strong! Could it be that he is immortal? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.